Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the work session of the Las Cruces City Council. Today is Monday, March 8th, 2021. It's approximately 1:02 p.m. Before we begin, if you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, now we're going to have our pets of the week, and I believe Holly Wells is going to introduce those pets.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so hello everybody. Just wanted to let you know that our pets of the week will start with Malphite, which is a 6 years, 8 months male. His animal service center number is 11821. Due to COVID, this little guy has been in a foster home for over a year because of the foster parent and some COVID issues, as well as just kind of fallen through the cracks. So this little guy is looking for a forever home. He is not a huge fan of kitty cats, just saying. And then our cat of the week is going to be Lucky. She is a 1-year-old female. She's already been spayed. Her animal service center number is 34770. She has a bunch of different colors going on in her fur, and she's got a wonderful personality. She likes to purr a lot. Offsite events and with the Farmers Market, Petco, and PetSmart, unfortunately, are still canceled. Just kind of a tip for the week. This is our lobby cat. His name is Henry. So here's some tips on how to keep your pet engaged for dogs. A snuffle mat or a puzzle toy. Those are great to put treats or toys in so that they can kind of keep busy with trying to find them. The other thing would be a scavenger hunt, whether you do it in a room or outside, hide some goodies and let the dog go out and try and find them on their own. As far as cats, lots of meals or treats or toys and puzzle toys as well. They do like to attempt to get things out. And cats are very easily entertained with the least expensive stuff. So boxes, paper shopping bags, obviously cut off the handles, bottle caps or water bottle caps, and packing paper. Just be careful if it's something that you've received from a big company. Sometimes they spray that with disinfectant. So if you have some stuff and you know where it came from, those are the best little boxes and packing paper to use. And that's really all I have for me today. So I appreciate you all.
Okay, thank you, Holly. This was Holly Wells speaking, right?
Yes, it was.
Okay, good.
Thank you, sir.
Sure, thank you. Okay, now we're going to go to the jobs of the week, and I believe I see Cindy Quinlan is going to be giving that report.
Yes, Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. So for our jobs of the week, we have with our City of Las Cruces, we have an accounting technician. This position will be closing on March the 19th of 2021. Next, we also have general laborers, which is with the employer Banegas Mobile Home Service. There are 3 positions available, and this position closes on March the 25th. There's also an admin clerk wage subsidy through the Department of Workforce Solutions, and this position closes on March the 28th. We have a flight RN open with Air Methods Incorporated. This position closes on May the 25th of 2021. And we also have a driver medical with Rio Medical Transport LLC, and this position closes on March the 25th. We have also partnered up with the U.S. Census Bureau, and we will be hosting a virtual recruiting event this Friday, March the 12th at 2 p.m. For more information on the recruiting event and for a full list of jobs, internships, and volunteer opportunities, you can visit us at www.employ.com or www.governmentjobs.com/careers/Las Cruces. For our local office here in Las Cruces, you can contact us at 575-524-6250, and our location is at 226 South Alameda Boulevard. Thank you, everyone. Have a great afternoon and a wonderful week.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Cindy. So next is going to be the COVID-19 update by Assistant City Manager, Mr. Eric Enriquez.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Wanted to share again some updates on the COVID task force report. Well, currently, Doña Ana County is still in the red, and we hope that that will hopefully change this Wednesday as numbers are looking better, but currently the red status. As far as vaccine data under our New Mexico Vaccine.org dashboard, it shows Doña Ana County is currently at 32,000 vaccines, which is about 18.6%. Want to share with you all, with Mayor and Council, that the vaccine task force information that we received in our last meeting from the hospitals is the hospitals themselves have vaccinated over 20,000. So not all the numbers that are being presented on the dashboard are those that the hospital is doing as well. So there is different providers that are receiving the vaccine and doing some vaccination here. So we're doing a little bit better. Some of those numbers may overlap, but we definitely are doing better in Doña Ana County now. And wanted to share with everyone that the Aging and Long-Term Services event at NMSU this Saturday went very well. There was 1,000 doses of the Johnson & Johnson's, which was a single dosage that was administered, and it ran smooth. It ran very well. Partners included City of Las Cruces, Parks and Rec Department, Quality of Life. La Clinica was the sponsor as a provider. The National Guard was there. Burrell College, the students were doing a lot of the vaccine administration. They were ahead of schedule, probably an hour the whole day, and went till about 5 p.m. and were able to get 1,000 dosage out. So very, very successful event. As far as the latest update from the Department of Health, a press release came out this morning that the Department of Health will now have the K through 12 and early child care professional providers also being vaccinated starting this month. They will still continue with the 75 and older, those that are in the 1B, but they are moving up the educators this month. So registration campaign is still moving along. The report I got from Scott was that 284 contacts, 75 registered this week. Constantly updating. Individuals are stopping by and asking if they can see where they're at on the registration. So a lot of interaction and good visibility on getting registered is taking place. And again, we are waiting for the application. Still, the providership is pending where the Las Cruces Fire Department has submitted the application. And that's what we have thus far, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Okay, so we've got 3 items on the agenda. First one being the election process review. And I believe we have the city clerk, Christine Rivera, who's going to present.
Sure am.
Now, you're not on the ballot, right, Christine?
I may be.
I'm sure there's some people who don't realize you're appointed by the city manager and the county clerk is the one who's elected. So
This is correct.
yeah, okay. Just want to let the public know that.
There we go. Can you guys see that?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so Mayor, City Council, Christine Rivera, City Clerk. So today I wanted to go over some potential new changes to the way the election process is run right now. In 2019, we saw a change with the Local Election Act and us opting in and changing to RCV. And so I thought with the next election coming up in November, that there was some potential for some changes to be made. So I'm just going to go over those with you really quick. So some pre-election day changes that I'm looking at making are some changes to the packets, not so much at what is in the packet as to the form of the packet. As long as I've been in the clerk's office, which is almost 10 years, we've always done paper packets. And I just feel that this is 2021, and we are going through a pandemic, and things need to be more electronic for us. It's easier for storage, it's easier to keep track of things. And so I'm gonna open up a link to show you one. So this one is with Laserfish, and it is in California. Let me pull it down. And this is what they created as a form for candidates. And so this is something similar to what I'm looking to create. It would be electronic, although it can be printed out because it will have to be filed at the county clerk's office. But all this will be stored in a system for me. So I will have a copy of whatever is taken to the county. It also creates a storage system for other documents. So disclosure statements, the declaration of candidacy, etc. That can all go in here. This also creates easy access for the public. And so once it's put into Laserfish, I can upload it and make it available for the public, which helps with the transparency of the whole process. So let me go back to my PowerPoint. So that's just one thing that I'm looking at doing. The next thing would be a robust ranked choice voting education. So in 2019, ranked choice voting, of course, was new for everyone. A lot of people still didn't understand the whole process. And the county really took the lead on educating the public on that. I feel very strongly that even though the county is running our election, that we really should be the ones who take the lead on educating the public as it is our municipal election. So I've already spoken to Mandy Gus, and we're going to develop a brand new campaign in English and Spanish. And then we're going to make sure that it's available in every potential format. So Facebook, newspaper, I mean, just everywhere we can think of. So as soon as we come up with that plan, I'll let you guys know and keep you updated. So next is filing day availability. This year, I plan to be on site at the county on filing day. That way, if anybody has any questions or if they have any documents that need to be given to me, they can give them to me at that time instead of running across town, making sure that all their documents are in by 5 o'clock. The other thing I've been looking at is a campaign finance software. So in 2019, we had many more candidates than we've ever had previously, thanks to ranked choice voting. And so it was a little difficult to monitor everything that was going on by myself. We also had some issues with accounting errors, individuals not submitting on time, so on and so forth. So I just wanted to show you what Albuquerque uses as their campaign finance. And so the really cool part about theirs is that, do a quick search. I did by office, and so I'm going to go, I want to look at everything for the mayor. Search. And it pulls up everything that's in their system for every mayoral candidate who has ever applied. So everything would be done directly into the system, all your expenditures and all your campaign finance documents would go into this type of program.
Can you click on that Manuel Gonzalez III?
Manuel Gonzalez III?
Yeah, that right there.
So this is, yeah, it goes directly into them. And then when it does it, it creates, and you can see it has all their documentation. But after the stuff is filed, you can see that it creates a statement. So the statement would be available to the public, and the program would be searchable. So that's just one of the things that I'm looking at as far as modernizing the way we do our elections.
Their election is November, right, of 2021?
Yes, there's, I believe, is at the same time as us. So they're rearing up for it.
that must be a new, that person must have just announced, I guess.
Must have, it said 2021 and none of their statements were filed. So, yeah.
The sheriff of Bernalillo County.
Oh, nice. I learned something.
Oh, you just uncovered something live. Breaking news.
It's public. Okay, so along the lines of campaign finance, I took a look at our campaign finance ordinances. And like I said, last time there were some issues with documents being late, documents not being filed. And so when I took a look at that, I also pulled up the Secretary of State's campaign finance to compare them. And there were some things that were different. And so I wanted to kind of make them on the same line. I did go back and look at our original campaign finance ordinances. So it was first printed in the code in 1988, whenever the first volumes came out. Then there was an amendment to it in 2000, and then again in 2013. So hasn't been updated in almost 8 years. And so some of the things that I found were different were a couple of the definitions. One of them that wasn't in our code was in-kind contributions, which I thought was an important definition to add. The other things that were changed were contribution limits. So our contribution limits right now are 25 for anonymous donations, and then a total of 2,300 per person who donates. The Secretary of State does $100 anonymous and $5,000 total. When I went back and looked at our codes, it's been like that since 2000. The $25 anonymous has been like that since 2000. The 2,300 limit was in 2013, was established in 2013. So just something to think about if we want to change that to be consistent with the Secretary of State. Not only that, it's been almost 10 years, changed, so just something to think about. The other thing that wasn't really outlined in there was accountability. So we have a stipulation in the code that says we can fine you $50 a day for late fee up to $1,000. But what if you don't ever file your last campaign report? Well, I decided that the best way to deal with that is to say, this individual cannot run again until all their stuff is closed out. And a good way to decide if something is closed out is to have the individuals file affidavits. Right now, we just kind of do like a end balance, closed it out, notarize. But if we could have some kind of affidavit that shows that they closed out their account, this will make them more accountable, and it can be notarized similar to what we do now. The other thing that wasn't defined in our code, but was in the Secretary of State, was fundraising. And so I pulled some of that language from the Secretary of State also to add to the code. Now, the changes that I'm proposing, I did attach to the packet for today so that everyone could review them. And if they are satisfactory with everyone, then I would like to go ahead and try to bring it for first read in April so that we can go ahead and have this passed before the next election. So the next two slides are just some things to think about for the future, not anything that I want to do by November, because they will take some time. So the petition process, this was removed whenever we adopted the Local Election Act. And so how the petition process previously worked was that you would need to have 25 signatures of registered voters in your district if you were running for a district seat, or 150 signatures of anybody in the city to run for mayor. So we removed this. As you saw in the 2019 election, when we removed that, we did have more candidates who did run for office. So, and the other thing is that I don't store voter registration. I don't have any access to that whatsoever. So I would have to get access from the county, and I kind of was in discussions with them about this. They said that they would have us do an MOU with them so that I could go over and use their software in order to look at the voter list. So that's just something to think about in the future. And the last thing that we noticed was that campaign signs aren't really prevalent in our code. They're in Chapter 36 of the Development Land Use Code, which, as we know, is being reviewed right now by Friest and Nichols, I believe it is. The only requirements that it states in the code is that they're 32 square feet, that you can put them up no more than 90 days before the election. They must be taken down 10 days after, and that it's not preventing the line of sight for vehicles. One thing to maybe think about is to add it into the election section of our Muni code, where we could establish more rules and guidance for candidates. Every year or every election cycle, it becomes a constant question. And these are the only guidelines we really have. And so before I open it up for discussion, I just want to let you know that I've been working with Rob Cabello in legal on some of these issues. So if you have any questions for him, he was involved in the Local Election Act process, so he would be able to answer those more clearly than I would.
Okay, you're finished?
Yes, I am. Sorry. Yes.
So we've got Councilor Betastuvi, Vasquez, and Flores.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Christine, for this. I really do appreciate all the work that you and Rob as well that have worked. A lot of this I feel is really professionalizing and updating our systems to reflect current trends and standards, which I think is really beneficial not only to candidates, but to the public as well. Making sure that we're using current technology helps with transparency and better timing. As Christine just said, when we're able to have those real-time uploads, we're able to put that out to the public a little bit sooner as well. So I think that's something that we should definitely do. And then making sure that there's better set and standards. One item, when we do these types of reports by hand, there is always room, and there's always going to be human error issues. And so that's something that we have to consider, but they're less likely to happen when we're doing them through a computer, and they're better to catch. And we won't have the issue of handwriting as being one of those reasons for human error, which, that is a little bit difficult when you're getting a lot of different candidates. And different treasurers and different people doing those types of work. So it's a lot easier. And now within COVID and other types of issues that we might see, being able to do these on the computer allows for I think better time management and time management for our city clerk. So I also appreciate that. So those are the fun. So thank you, Christine, for working on this, and I'll reserve other comments till after my colleagues have a chance to speak. Thank you.
Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Christine. Thank you, Robert, as well, for all your work on this. I just have maybe some clarifying questions here. So you mentioned the signature threshold, Christine. You said part of the Local Election Act did away with that, or is that something that we locally decided to do away with?
Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, I will defer that to Rob because he was the one who wrote that section for us, and so he could better explain it than I could.
Thank you, Christine.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Councilor Vasquez. It's Robert Cabello from Legal. One of the things with the Local Election Act, if going back, House Bill 98, when it was passed on March 18, 2018, that actually, it obviously brought a lot of uniformity to local elections in the state. One of the things it did is it became effective later that year in July at some time. And we had a kind of a deadline in the sense not only do we had a geo bonds going up for election, so we had to kind of make those changes immediately or relatively immediately. Part of the process was it dealt with petitions. It excluded recall petitions, but it dealt with nominating petitions. And I actually had 2 teleconferences with Ivy Soto, who was one of the primary drafters of House Bill 98. And so at that time, it did away with our nominating petitions. Now, maybe it's the timing of how it worked because of those geo bonds that we had elections later on in the year. There were a second set of changes in 2019 to the Local Election Act, and I forgot the House bill that was that. But that gave back local communities the petition process. However, we're the only community that actually made changes, again, because of our geo bond election. And so one of the things that we had as an option, or after we opted in, and after we had the automatic, Christine, help me with this.
Runoff?
Thank you. I couldn't say the word from my top of my, I'm sorry. So the automatic runoff, one of the things that had a requirement, if everybody can remember, is we had to have passed a conformance ordinance conforming all our changes and also the changes that were just inherent in the local election bill, House Bill 98, into ours. And so we actually had to make those changes. Again, our hand was kind of forced by just the timing of when it became effective in July, and also by those geo bonds. So, going back up the next year, they gave us back our ability to have nominating petitions. And so that's something we can actually redress if the council wanted to make those changes.
Thank you. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Christine. Maybe I'll come back to this, but I am a little torn on that one just because I think I thought 25 signatures for city council race, I think 100 for the mayor, but 25 for council was a pretty low threshold. I was just investigating the process and I was kind of like taken aback by just 25. However, I realized after collecting 25 signatures myself, and I know some of my colleagues and others, that it takes effort, it takes time, it takes commitment, it takes going to knock on your neighbor's doors or going to talk to folks in your district. And so even though it is a low barrier to entry into a council election, I think for people that are serious about it, at least it's like there's one process that you have to do that may not take up a whole lot of time, but it shows some commitment there on the part of the candidate that they are serious about that. And so while I definitely do want to make sure that more candidates with more diverse points of view and with are able to easily enter an election, for me, I still think that small signature threshold at least perhaps weed some of the folks out who are serious versus some of the ones who aren't. I know we don't have that much of an issue with the ranked choice voting and the runoff election and having multiple candidates. I think that system is perhaps designed to kind of weed out the spoilers that you might get in other tightly contested races with folks taking a few votes away, even if they don't campaign, right? Even if if all they do is just put their name on a ballot and don't actually go out and campaign. Before ranked choice voting, my worry was always like, well, they're going to take X amount of votes just by, sometimes people just vote on a name, right? And so, and it's a little unfair to the other candidates who are out there campaigning and doing their due diligence to run a race and represent their district. And so I will leave that up for discussion with my colleagues. I'm a little bit inclined to kind of say maybe we should restore those signature gathering requirement to be on the ballot, but I'm could go either way, honestly, to hear other arguments. The other question I have here is regarding the transparency portal with the campaign finance reports. Christine, did you say that that's something that you would be implementing before the next our next local elections here? or is that something on the wish list for later on?
Mayor Councilor Vasquez, I am actually looking at software at the end of the month. My goal is to have it implemented before the November election. I can't guarantee it, but it's my hope. It's my hope to have it done.
Well, thank you, Christine. And I would say to whatever degree possible to our city manager and, I would like to see a system like that definitely for this election or as soon as possible. I think, yeah, transparency is just key. People expect it. People want to search, obviously for those types of records. It's important to see who just the finance reports are a really important part of that campaign transparency piece. And so I'm excited that is coming to the city. Christine, do you know what the lag time is, I guess, when you submit a campaign finance report for a local election and then the time that it gets to the Secretary of State's office? Because am I correct in that information eventually makes it to the Secretary of State's office, but it's not searchable, or how does that work?
Mayor Councilor Vasquez, I don't believe ours goes to the Secretary of State. I don't know if Rob would have any information on that. I think it stays with us locally.
Okay. So if somebody, I see Robert unmuted there.
Okay.
Robert, go ahead.
No, I thought the information did go some sort of a copy to the Secretary of State, but I have to look at the regulations to be sure.
Oh, okay. Well, I think it's important to get that information up there. I guess if a local resident, anyone wanted to request a copy of your campaign finance report, currently under our existing system where it's not searchable, you have to go to the city clerk's office and request a copy. Is that correct, Christine?
So Mayor Councilor Vasquez, I actually have all the campaign finance uploaded on the website. It is a little more difficult to find them. You have to go through several steps. So that would be the benefit definitely of having a portal that is searchable and easy access.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, again, I fully support that, and thank you for thinking of that, Christine, and being proactive. Also, the online enrollment or application to hold local office or to run for local office, I also think that's really needed, right? I think it's just part of modernizing our system. So thank you so much. And then I have one other question here. I know during the I guess when the ranking of the candidates is going to be listed on the ballot, I think you call in the candidates and they draw kind of a name out of a hat or a number out of a hat, and then that's the way it's done. Is there a way to perhaps do that automatically as well, so you don't have to have candidates in the office doing that, or any thought to that?
Oh, sorry, my screen just went black. So Mayor Councilor Vasquez, whenever we adopted the Local Election Act and the county started running our elections for us, they actually do it through the Secretary of State. And so during the 2019 election, we didn't have anybody coming to our office to draw ballot positions.
Thank you. Although that was fun, but thank you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Christine. Those are all my questions for now. Appreciate the update and support these changes. And thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to my colleagues for their excellent questions. I have a question about the contributions, and thank you, Ms. Rivera, for taking the initiative to change this, problems that were issues that probably existed before ranked choice voting, and certainly for wanting to update the Muni Code. So I have I have several questions. One is, what is the contribution limits that you just ran through? Did you say 2,500?
2,300.
Is it 23?
Flores, currently it's 2,300 as the max.
Right, that's what I thought.
Secretary of State has a max of 5,000.
Okay, but our local elections are 23.
2,300.
And
I
Councilor,
heard the 23 and the 5, and I thought you were saying it was 25, so I just wanted to clarify that.
Councilor Flotis, that was set a few years back to mirror that of Congress, but Congress has now increased to 2,800, I think. So I just thought I'd share with you that history. So it was several years ago that the council then wanted to put the same limit of that of a congressional candidate could receive, and it was 2,300 way back then. So now it's 2,800. So I just thought I'd share that with you.
Are you saying it should go up?
No, I'm just telling you. So no, I seriously doubt very few people get $2,800 for a city council or a mayor's race. I mean, there are a few, I'm sure, but you know.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mayor, for that. And then the affidavits, that would be by the candidate himself or herself, correct? Okay. And as far as wanting the campaign signs issue to go into the municipal code. Is there anything in the language, either in the Muni code or in the land use code, about the places where they can be posted? Because, I mean, there's nothing that you mentioned here. Perhaps it's in the code and I haven't read it, and private property. And I know there was this big brouhaha, especially in the last election, where there were just signs all along Telshore, South Telshore, where it, where it tees off into Spruce. I think it's Spruce. Yeah, Spruce. And just signs galore, and people saying it's private property, you can't have that. And then also at the corner of Travis and Spruce. So what's the story on where they can be located? Is there, or not what's the story, but do you know whether there is language in either the Muni code or in the campaigns, in the land use code about that location?
Yeah, Mayor, Councilor Flores, Rob and I actually were part of that South Telshore sign deal. So I remember it clearly, and I couldn't find anything in the code that says where you can and cannot, other than sign in the line of traffic. I don't know if Rob remembers anything different, but I couldn't find anything.
So then that means that you can just put a sign up anywhere. You could litter the city, all those empty lots.
No, if I may interject, Councilor Flores, the reason that sign on Travis and Spruce that you're talking about is on city property. You can't have signs on city rights of way.
You can?
No, you can't. That's why they had to be removed.
They weren't removed, Your Honor.
Yeah, they were.
They were? I guess they went up. Right
Yeah, except one particular candidate refused to remove hers, and she said she was going to call the media and say that someone else had reported it. But for the most part, they all removed them. They did, because that's city property.
Well, next election, I'm going to drive by every day, 24 hours a day, to make sure you're right. Okay. So thank you so much for doing this overhaul, you Attorney Cabello. And thank you so much. And I hope we have a good read in April. Thanks again, Mr. Viera. Thank you, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, thank you so much, City Clerk Christine. I think we are very lucky to have you. And these are excellent recommendations and suggestions. I especially love the online tools and platforms. I definitely think we're running some outdated elections in the city for being such an awesome city. I think it's a little outdated. So I think those online platforms are really incredible. And honestly, I think they add definitely to the transparency of elections, which I believe should be fully transparent. I do have a couple questions and thoughts just on the since we were on the conversation of signatures. I deeply believe that honestly, for a really long time, elections have been very exclusive. They've been really reserved for historically across the country, wealthier people. And honestly, I don't necessarily think that a candidate being able to collect a certain amount of signatures says whether they're more committed or not. I think sometimes it could say you raised more money and you hired more people to collect signatures for you, right? So I don't actually think that a signature requirement to get on the ballot is necessary. I think if you want to get on the ballot, you should be able to. The hard work comes after that anyway, right? I do, particularly for council meetings, right? Because for council positions, obviously we don't get to have a say on larger elected positions, but for the city, I honestly would be open to potentially for the mayor's position to have, because they're at large, but honestly, I'm okay if it doesn't. I really believe that it could exclude a lot of people. And I don't actually think it's a matter, I do think it's a matter of fairness, but sort of on the other end, as to who should be able to get on a ballot. And frankly, anybody should. Unless, of course, to my second question and point is the issue of accountability. And I really appreciated you bringing that up because I don't think it's something that we often think about. But in terms of those accountability pieces, Christine, how do you imagine that process to look like? I don't imagine that the county clerk is the sort of enforcement authority on this. It would be ultimately your office, right? So what, or perhaps with legal, what would that look like? What's the follow-up look like with candidates who don't turn in certain things? What does the reporting look like? So sort of, have you thought about that process and what it would look like?
Mayor Councilor Bencomo, right now it's a lot of me emailing and calling candidates, which is time consuming. And I don't always get a response either. So that's the difficult part. The portal would be so helpful because I can set up reminders in there. I can set up late fees. I can set up where if you don't have all this stuff, then you can't file it. You know, that's really where it's going to be helpful as far as the accountability. The other thing is if you don't close out your stuff in a timely manner, I mean, you can't run again. I mean, we did look at other potential accountability factors, and I can let Rob go into that, but it's much more difficult to try to govern people that way. I mean, we do have late fees. Doesn't mean that they're necessarily going to get paid. So, but I don't know if Rob wants to speak to the fact that we did look at, some kind of court action, but that's really not feasible.
Okay. Robert, did you want to chime in or no? We might have lost him.
I'm sorry.
Oh, there we go.
There he is.
Oh, you muted. Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm having some audio problems, and as far as like some of the questions went out. Can somebody repeat the question for me? I'm having some bandwidth issues. I'm sorry.
That's okay, Robert. I was just asking Christine in terms of the process for accountability and how you all have thought about what that will look like.
Well, I think one of the things we're looking at is going for sanctions that are definitely not criminal, because to have that, let's say if it's a citation, I mean, you have to prove that beyond reasonable doubt. It becomes more complicated. You have to provide the opposing, once it goes to a trial or even goes to the litigation of that process, you have to give them witness interviews. It becomes more of a hassle for the clerk. It's something better handled through the process of, well, you prevent them from running again, which I think is kind of fair. Perhaps it's even more fair because, I mean, there's a question about there's another question about, do you want to criminalize something like this?
Right.
That leads to a whole different other set of questions. Do you want to do that when you could have a number of other sanctions that are probably more effective getting what you want regarding the accountability part? Let's see if we can get video back.
Totally. Yeah. No, I definitely agree with that, Robert. And I mean, I think it also just calls the question of transparency. If you can't be transparent during the campaign, then I don't know, there might be some issues after you get elected. So, no, I totally agree. I think that's super fair. I was just curious in terms of internally then what that would look like for you all, but it seems like Christina's saying the online platforms would really support those efforts. Actually, and then my last question is really back on the signature. If we did implement that again, Christine, what does that mean for you in terms of verifying signatures, right? I would imagine that you would have to do that as well.
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, previously we only had about a week to verify signatures, which with, for example, last election, 20 candidates, that's a lot of signatures that we have to go through. We also have to take time to go to the county and look at their voter list. On top of that, when we're going through the voter list, if they're not registered under the correct name, then that also becomes a problem. And that did happen to us before in a previous election. So it's time consuming. It can be done. I'm not saying it can't be done and I don't want to discourage it, but it is a time consuming process.
Okay, thank you. That's super helpful to understand on your end as well. Thanks again, Christine, for bringing this forward.
Yeah, I'm going to have to just jump in on the petition. So, Christine, you can also change the dates, right? It doesn't have to be 1 week to verify. You can have, let me tell you why, and I think there was 9 candidates. Two candidates, one spent $0 and one spent $100. You don't need to spend money to go get signatures. You can go with a clipboard. You don't even need a card. You can just have if you want to put one of those, hey, hi, my name is, but if you want to talk about transparency, you don't even have to know, the media, the public doesn't even know who's running for office until the day they show up, which I think there was one that did that. So, 100 signatures does show some commitment. And instead of you just have some person who just wakes up that morning and says, yeah, I think I'm going to run for city council, or I think I'm going to run for mayor. In fact, there were so many that the media, when they're holding these candidate forums, there's so many, you can't even get it's good for the incumbent, but it doesn't help the challengers any. Not that I'm here to help challengers, but it doesn't help the challengers any because they can't get their word in edgewise because there's so many that have to go through it, and half of them, a fourth of them aren't even serious candidates. Maybe it was on their bucket list to do, and then that's it. So I think having signatures, I would support it. I think that the 25 for council and 100 for mayor is fine. In fact, I think a lot of you may not even know this, but if we didn't have that, I don't think I would have won in 2007 because there was another person who ran but got disqualified because their signatures weren't city residents. And thank goodness for that because they would have been on the ballot and I don't think I would have won. So I just wanted to say that.
Can I say something to that, Mayor?
Yeah, sure, of course.
Yes, I guess this would get discussed out with the entire council. I just don't necessarily think that you being able to gather signatures sorry, can you hear my dogs? I think the mailman is here. Apologies for that. You'd think that after a whole year, they'd be used to it. What was I saying? Okay, yes. So I don't necessarily think that you being able to gather 25 signatures means that you're going to be a serious candidate or not. And I think we're adding a whole bunch of additional work for the city clerk that necessarily, while there will be a ton of more work that has to be done, you still have to meet deadlines. You still have to do a certain amount of things to be able to get across the finish line. That doesn't have to do anything with financial reports or any of that, right? Like the work is really after you get on the ballot. And so I don't know. I don't necessarily think it's a fair system for people who are like, I don't know, just somebody who's passionate about city government and wants to get on the ballot and maybe doesn't know that much. I think if you want to get on the ballot, you should be able to get on the ballot.
Yeah, get on the ballot and get some signatures. Go knock on some doors. Go have your friends go get them to make sure they're legit. And it's going to take more than a day, because a good candidate's going to gather 3 times that amount. They need 25, you get 75, because you know some of them aren't going to match. And it doesn't cost any money. I'm sorry, it's free. You don't need that. And so if you really like government that much, then go knock on some doors and show that you are serious, because you look at the candidates who spent $0. You really think you're going to win the mayor's race spending $0? You're going to do that.
I mean,
the only one I know who can do that is Leticia Benavides. She's incredible, who spends nothing and gets elected, which I don't know. She needs to write a book.
We didn't have a signature requirement in 2019.
No,
and that didn't prevent me from knocking on probably every single door in District 4. So I just don't think you being able to gather signatures is incumbent upon how serious of a candidate you will be or not.
Yeah, I have to disagree. Okay, so I just wanted to jump in on there. So it looks like we have Councilor Beta Stuvey and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. And actually, thank you, Councilor Bencomo, for a couple of the questions that you asked. And I think it just kind of circles back with some of the items here that I think actually are helpful. And when we're talking about the accountability, and as Christine mentioned, that financial repercussions aren't exactly always the best measure to make that accountability happen. And so just asking for those types of reports and closeouts before a candidate would run again, I think really helps establish that type of accountability, and perhaps is a better way to go, because as you pointed out, anybody in this position, I think, should be an advocate for that type of transparency, and including in the process before we're even elected. That helps demonstrate, I think, our ethos and how we are as candidates. So I think those are good things to have. And I also tend to fluctuate on if I feel that signatures are a good measure of getting on the ballot as well. When I talked with Christine about this, I went back and forth. On one hand, I do think it does show commitment and perhaps more of a community connection, which is always helpful for your actual election. But at the same time, I really am a person, I honestly think if anybody wants to be on the ballot, you should be. And there should not be those barriers to that access. And you get a chance to have perhaps very different types of candidates without any sort of barriers. So you do get an opportunity to have somebody from a different age group or background, economically, perhaps somebody who has a disability that going out and about is not as easy or accessible for them. So it leaves a lot more opportunity to have everybody be able to put their name on that ballot. And then, of course, there is hard work, and that's going to come, and you're going to have to prove why you would be the best representation. But that barrier is not there to begin with. And so if there is, I do think that perhaps proposed signatures, they don't seem excessive. If there is something, if the council as a whole decides to do something like that, we don't want to make those excessive. But I do think it'd be better to have it open, and then candidates do have to stand on their own and showcase who they are. And if there's a lot, then it's going to be a lot harder work, but that's a challenge that I think a lot of people are willing to take. So thank you. And thank you, Christine.
So Councilor, I didn't quite understand. So are you for signatures or not for signatures?
No, in the end, no, because I think candidates still they are still having to stand on their own. And I think we don't need to have any sort of barriers for the access to just be on the ballot, that we need to have that access. And then if it does make it more challenging, then it just makes everybody, I think, work a little bit harder. And they're going to have to showcase themselves in a much stronger way or more unique ways.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks, Mayor. First, let me just, I'm very thankful, Christine, that you took the initiative. I definitely agree about coming into the 21st century with electronic packets. I think that is going to be really helpful in terms of, campaign finance ordinance changes. I agree. I think we need to mirror similarly what the Secretary of State. I can't even imagine how difficult, right, that it could be having, 2 or 3 different systems and whatnot. So in terms of accountability, yeah, absolutely. I think that needs to happen, and the affidavits would be, I've often have felt like asking my campaign manager, that's it, just close out the fund, if you will. And it just felt sort of, there was a missing piece, if you will. And I always err on, I want people to feel like I was transparent, and I would, if they asked what, does my campaign finances look like, be happy to give them that information. But I think being able to do that electronically, having, people have that access is going to be really important. And then when I got elected and we looked at the changes, right, that Robert was mentioning, I was a huge proponent of increasing the signatures. I thought 25 was pretty limiting. I didn't think it was enough. And I still feel that way. I understand what Councillor Bencomo and Councillor Abeyta-Stuvia is. Of course, we want as many and different, a diverse group of folks interested, should do that. But I also feel the signatures is a piece of it. When you look at any state and federal positions, you're being asked to fill out signatures. You're asking for signatures, and I don't think it should be different from a municipality standpoint. To include the commissioners, I believe they have to get signatures as well. And so I agree, and I'm I'd like to reinstate it at 25, and I'm back and forth. Like Councillor Vasquez, maybe it needs to be increased some as well. Let's see, campaign signs. Yeah, I know there's always a big issue. I always made sure. I think that's really important, and I think if we had something that was more definitive, right, that defined it better, I don't think you would get the kind of questions, right, Christine, I think that you get, which is an enormous amount. And then I love that you're going to take more of a, going to the county building and being there so that we didn't have to go back and forth. We did that the first time, right? And even the second time, I believe, right? I think I had to go back and make sure we submitted the paperwork to the city clerk, and it's a lot of work, right, for everybody involved. It's already, when you're new to the process, stressful enough, and so you being there, welcoming people, if anybody has any questions, I just love that you're taking more of the initiative and a real responsibility in terms of educating the community about ranked choice voting, and making sure that people want to be on the ballot, or the voting, all those things that I think are super, super important. And I love that the coordination and collaboration, Christine, that you want to sort of keep, moving forward with the county clerk's office. So thank you so much. I hope that was helpful.
Okay, you know what, let me just say a couple comments here, because I've been waiting for everyone to at least have their one say, and then I'm going to turn to Councilor Bencomo and Vasquez if they may. So, because they may answer some of these questions. So let me start with a couple of them that I wrote down, Christine. So I can applaud you on you wanting to do a robust campaign on getting how ranked choice voting works. I just want to make sure that you're not going to use any particular race as an example. That means highlighting a particular race and using those names over and over. You're going to use something that's different. Okay, good. Just want to make sure about that. I already addressed the campaign limit. it makes no difference to me whether it's 2,300, 2,800. I just wanted council to know how that, that's kind of an odd number, right? 2,300. Well, that's why it happened, because that's what it used to be a long time ago when Congress was there. I already talked about the petition signatures, and I've had to do 25 when I was a city councilor and 100 for mayor, and I think that's okay, Mayor Pro Tem. If council wants to go higher, well, okay, but I think now that's 25. Like I said, you really should do 75 if it's 25, because there's always going to be some that don't live in the county. I mean, they live in the county, they're not registered. They maybe used to be registered 10 years ago and they're no longer registered. So I'm okay with that. But if there wasn't support for signatures, then I was thinking there needs to be some way to identify who these people are. So maybe like 2 weeks, you stop sending out packets 2 weeks before the filing date, so that whoever signed up, you just signed up, hey, I want a packet, then we know you're going to be a candidate, or at least perceived to be. Okay, and I think unless things have changed, the county commissioners, all they had to do is pay $50 to get on the ballot. I don't think they had to get a signature on the county, unless it's changed. I don't. The signs, the 32 square feet basically means the 4x8. But what I would like to see addressed is there was this one candidate, and I forgot what he ran for. He ran for one office, didn't win. He ran for Senate, and he didn't win. And he wears this black hat and black outfit, and he's on a mobile home. He's on a motorhome, right? And even one of the candidates for mayor in 2019 had it on their own vehicle, and it was bigger than 32 square feet. So I think those need to be addressed, because that puts an unfair advantage to those. And I didn't hear that talked about. I also think, and kind of along the lines of Councilor Flores, it'd be nice, I'm sure the city can provide a map of our city rights of way and let them know no signs are to be allowed on city rights of way, or they will be removed. That way candidates can't use the vile threat, well, I'm going to report you because I know you called the city on me. And no, you're in the right of way and you can't be using those. If we don't allow the public to use city property for their own benefit, we can't use them to benefit for a city sign either. And that's the way I look at it. And I think that's, and then the notification system, when you email it out, I think the media, the publics, whoever needs to know, these have been mailed out, because there's a good chance they're going to be a candidate. So that's all I had to say. Okay, now I'll go to Councilor Pincombe.
Thanks, Mayor. Yes, definitely agree on some of those points. I just have to circle back to the signature requirement, because to me, this really is an issue of equity. And actually, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, on the federal level, I think it's even more flawed that there is a signature requirement for candidates to go on a ballot, because really, to me, that's a matter of power, privilege, and money. At the end of the day, if you're a candidate running for a federal office, and you have more money and potentially more power or influence than someone who is in a smaller party, perhaps you're not one of the two main party system, whatever, I think it actually creates an even more inequitable system for people who are deeply connected to their community and deeply care about their community, but perhaps don't have the resources that some other people have for you to be able to get on the ballot. And that shouldn't exclude you. If you have less money, that should not be an automatic disqualifier for running for public office. That's exactly where this whole system is deeply flawed. So again, I think it's problematic to think that if you are able to get 100 signatures, that somehow you're more connected to the community. I don't necessarily think that's true. If we have this, and again, I don't want people to think like, well, she just doesn't want to do the work, because trust me, when I ran, I did the work. I'm a community organizer. I could get 25 signatures. I could get 100 signatures in a couple of days, frankly. It's not a matter of that. It's a matter of, if we're going to have open and fair elections, then we should be able to ensure that we can't control what state does. We can't control what the federal government does, but we can control what we do here in our city. And we can definitely make a more transparent and more fair and equitable system for people to be able to run for office. And I don't think adding additional barriers for that makes that system possible.
Thank you, Counselor. If I may jump to Larry Nichols and Jennifer Vega Brown. So let's go with Larry real quick and then Jennifer. Maybe they had something to do on the signs.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Larry Nichols, Community Development, for the record. I'll just make a brief comment regarding the sign, the political signs. It is, as Christine mentioned, we are in a review on the zoning ordinance, which the signs are part of the zoning ordinance update. But basically, there are some very clear provisions in our code that govern political signs. One of the things that we do have a challenge is that at the end of campaigns and the signs being removed, we have to work in coordination with the code enforcement folks to have that accomplished. But we certainly know the code and the regulations on it, and we pursue that after every election. Just a few comments, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Yeah, usually the winners get their signs out because they don't want to get dinged that they have not removed them within so much time. A lot of times the losers, that's like, whatever, I lost, just leave it up there.
That's true, Mayor.
Okay. Jennifer, you have a comment?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is Jennifer Vega Brown, your city attorney. I just want to kind of mirror what Larry is saying. One of the things that we have to look very carefully at is our sign ordinance and make sure that we are aligned with Reed versus the city of Gilbert, Arizona. That case changed every city in this country. It has drastically changed many things that we do and the progeny of cases that have come after that, from everything from signs to panhandling to sleeping in the streets. That is a very important case. So we just need to make sure before anything that we are aligned with that. It's ever changing, but we'll make sure that we do that.
So what did it change on the political campaign sign? The main point.
Generally, it had to, it's been a while since I've read that case. Generally, it had to do with real estate directional signs and content-based, no political signs. We already know this, though. This is well-established law that First Amendment doesn't allow for content-based. It has to be neutral. And so if you have a rule or a law that only pertains to political signs, you're going to run into a First Amendment problem. So everything has to be neutral and not content-based.
Okay. Since we're on the subject of signs, let me just ask Christine real quick, or you or Larry. So Christine, I've seen one candidate do this pretty interestingly. He took a 4-foot, 8-foot by 2-foot, which is 16 square feet. He stacked them one on top of the other. So there's like 3 big signs. So does our which would make it 48 square feet instead of 32. Does our ordinance say not just the sign, because he can easily argue, hey, my sign is less than 32 square feet. But when you stack them one on top of the other, which I have to say look pretty impressive, because you drive around and you see 3 signs on top of each other, it gets your attention. But that was 48 square feet. Does our ordinance say the total square footage, the sign can't be X amount and the total square footage can't be a certain amount?
Mayor, I believe there is something in the code. I'll defer to Larry, but I believe that it can't be at a certain height level.
I've only seen that done once in my 28 years. I've seen that one election. He's no longer in office, but he was in office for an awful long time. And that was a pretty impressive move that he did. So, okay. Jennifer, did you have anything else? No? Okay. Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Yeah, good discussion. I appreciate everybody's thoughts here. I think I said I could go either way on the signatures, and yeah, some good arguments for and against. I think for me, really what I wanted to get to the bottom of on this is that somebody doesn't purposefully taint an election by putting forth false candidates and then screwing up the election, because I could see somebody potentially doing that. And I know, again, I think with the ranked choice voting system, hopefully that gets eliminated, right? But it would just be awful to see somebody, put 10 people up to sign up essentially that aren't really just for the purposes of like messing with the odds or something like that. So Christine, have you given any thought to that, or if that is possible even with our ranked choice system? Because if it's not, then I don't see a strong reason to have the signatures there.
Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, I know that when ranked choice voting first came up, we did discuss a cap of the number of candidates that could run, but I don't know if that was something that was legally viable. I'll defer to Rob because I know that we had discussed that at one time.
Does Jennifer want to speak? I saw her shaking her head.
Or Jennifer, I defer to either.
Mayor and Council, this is Jennifer Vega Brown. I certainly wouldn't advise that we would limit the number of candidates. That would have to be very, very carefully considered before we determine to do that.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you, Jennifer. Yeah, so I'll just say, you know, I don't think it's a big deal. Hopefully it doesn't happen. I don't think it happened. But I know that in other elections that has been the political strategy of the oftentimes the dominating party or whoever it might be to like put a 1 or 2 or 3, however many candidates in there to mess with the odds enough to where it's really kind of creates an artificial election in a way that you know, you don't really have folks honestly looking to attain that office. But that might be a far-fetched thing for local elections here. So I will concur, and I think yeah, let's not require signatures. It seems like that's the consensus here, and so let's move forward with that. And appreciate the questions on all the signs. I think it's always going to be tough. The way I see it, there's always going to be violations year after year. People are opportunistic. I know everyone's looking for those lots and all those friendly places to put signs up, and oftentimes, you know, there are some violations that happen. One thing to consider, and I don't know, maybe this could be on the county clerk's office or on the city clerk's office's website as well, but oftentimes I know people are searching for ownership of a particular lot or a particular corner or property. And so I don't know if there would be like an easy to search property ownership records on the city clerk's website, perhaps where if somebody is looking for the ownership of a particular address, so that they can determine if it's private, city, or county, that that candidate is able to get that information. Because I know I get asked all the time, like, hey, do you know who owns this lot? Do you know if it's safe to put a sign here? And I have an app on my phone that shows me all the property of ownerships, and so I usually do use that. But that might help with some of the confusion, or at least offer that as a resource on the city clerk's website. So thank you, Christine. Thank you, Mayor.
So let me ask council, do any of you ever heard of the name Joseph LaRusso? Probably not. So when JFK ran for Congress, Joseph Kennedy found he was running against a guy named Joseph LaRusso. He found another Joseph LaRusso. So there were 2 Joseph LaRussos, 1 and 2, and that's how JFK got elected to Congress. So, yeah, no, true story, really. And so, but Councilor Vasquez, I haven't really heard from Councilor Sorg and Councilor Flores on the petition signatures. I don't know. I mean, I still think that 25 isn't that much, really. I think it's got a lot of credibility to it, to, you know, really, you know, like I said, or do the 2-week advance. Either one. I think the whole key is let the person know, let the public know who's running for that seat. And if they don't want to do the signatures, okay, then I think, how do you feel about you know, there's a certain time limit, the packets won't be sent out anymore, won't be emailed. You have to have your name on there. And then after that, then 2 weeks later, then we know who the candidate is. You know, that way that's a compromise, you know, if you don't want signatures in. But I think it's important not to have someone just wake up that day and just say, I think I'm going to run. You know, I really do. I mean, that's happened twice that I'm aware of. They wake up that day and say, I think I'm just going to run for county commissioner, or I think I'm going to run for another seat. So Councilor Flores and Councilor Betas-Stuvio.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, thank you, Christine and Robert, Attorney Cabello, and Jennifer for your input here. I don't have any problems with the signatures. I don't understand. I mean, I totally respect Councilor Betas-Stuvio and Councilor Ioana Bencomo, their equity issues to a point, but I don't think that, I think requiring someone to get those signatures, I think is a first step to really, it's like, putting, your toe into the water. And I think it is a sense of commitment. I think that, I haven't run across that issue in my, I've worked on campaigns. I worked on John Kennedy's campaign. And by the way, I have a gift for you, Mr. Mayor.
So you didn't know who Joseph LaRusso was? Or are you talking about his, you didn't work on that?
I'm talking about John Kennedy. Yeah. I'm saying, I worked on local elections because, my dad was active and stuff like that. And we never ran into those sorts of problems in all the, many countless campaigns I've worked on over the decades. But to me, it's like, I know when some of my friends have run for office and they say, collect these signatures. It's really, it's really nice because you go out there and you meet people that, and you find out what their feelings might be. And it's also a weather vane to see how maybe the incumbent is doing it. At least that was my experience. So I understand that there may be some people, I wish we had Diana Murillo Trujillo here, who is paraplegic and has won successful races as mayor of Anthony and now on the county commission, to see how she fared and how all that. And I don't even know if they require signatures in those areas, but anyway, I really don't know. I don't see it as an issue of depriving someone of their right to run for public office. I don't, and I think that I just don't. So I think the signatures. Christine, did you say that it's difficult to verify all those signatures in terms of so say a person, like there's another, I think there's one or two other Yvonne Flores in the city of Las Cruces. I don't know. There was a professor who retired about 3 years ago. I think her middle initial is R. And a friend of mine said, I didn't know you were you were a professor at NMSU. And I said, no, I'm not. But so do you have problems in verifying those signatures? Once you get to the 25 mark, I mean, is it hard to find 25 people are kosher?
Mayor, Councilor Flores, no, it's not difficult at all. The only difficulty is when they go by a nickname. We verify the name by the address, so that has to match up on the voter registration. It's not difficult at all. It takes a lot of time and that's it, but it's not difficult.
Mm-hmm. And then you also ran into a lot of time consuming efforts with the RVC, right? RCV, with Ranchos, because it opened up the, especially in one particular race, there were so many people. I'm not going to mention that race, but there were so many people. It's, with all due respect, no, it was wonderful. It was wonderful to have that diversity up there. It really was, but okay. All right. And then I have another question, and it's sort of a companion question to all of this. How does it affect recall elections? Is there any fallout as a result, or a potential fallout? The recall petitions. I remember I worked on the campaigns for Gil and Nathan and Olga, back when. What happens then? Do they need, what do those people do when they want to recall an elected official?
We fixed
Mayor
that a few
Councilor-
years ago.
Yeah, Mayor Councilor Vasquez, we actually changed that in the charter.
No, it's Councilor Flores.
I mean, Councilor,
I've been called worse. It's okay. It's okay.
Councilor Flores. We actually did change that a couple years ago, and actually was the one who worked on that. So for specifics, I can defer to him on that.
Who worked on it? Gil?
Rob Cabello.
Oh, Rob worked on it. Rob, do you remember?
Mayor, Councilor Flores, without knowing I don't remember all the specific details, but we did, and I'll do some quick research right now. We did make changes. We went to the electorate to make those changes. We had to make changes to our charter. And
Rob, I think the biggest change was you couldn't just recall on a whim. You actually had to have kind of malfeasance in office. And that's where they were going after Gil and Olga and Nathan. They were just because of the minimum wage. But now it has to be more substance. They would have had to have really messed up in office and do some things that I think it mirrors the school board. I think that's what we use as an example.
Mayor, you're correct. That was the change. I apologize.
Go ahead.
No, that was the major change, was that it was enumerated as for what, like, there had to be malfeasance or some sort of abuse of the office, and then from there it was an enumerated process, and it was that was actually what it put to the voters.
Okay, I recall that now. Thank you very much, Mr. Cabello. Thank you, Christine, and thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Abeta-Stubbe.
Thank you, Mayor. Going back just one time, if there is an agreement for those that are in favor of making signatures a requirement later on, I was just going to suggest that rather than making changes to packet times, that might actually, when packets could be handed out to candidates, that might actually change different types of timelines that within the campaign that we may or not be able to do. So if we're giving different deadlines for, information, that may require a look at the county rules and or state rules beyond just our municipal stuff. So if there was an issue, I was going to suggest that doing the signatures was a better option than the packets.
Okay.
Packets.
I'm sorry.
Nope, go right ahead.
No, go ahead. I didn't know whenever you finish.
No, that was it. Thank you.
All right, Councilor Sorg, you are the man of the hour. It looks like right now we need to know what you're thinking here. Signatures or no signatures? Which I don't think you've ever run without having to do signatures. You've always had to get signatures, which I don't think has been very difficult.
Yeah, getting signatures isn't that. I think we ought to have 100 signatures.
100 for a city council seat?
Yep.
That's a little high there, Councilor. Why don't you just go back to the way it was at 25? I just, it's just something. I mean, you could theoretically do it in a day. Really, you could.
Sure you can.
Yeah, and
I had no problem. I would get 200 signatures.
Yeah, I know, it's easy. We turn in 500, but 25 is nothing. But it's something. It takes them at least a day or two. At least the media, the public knows. Hey, this person is campaigning here. The word gets out. Hey, so and so's running. You don't want them waking up that day. So.
Yeah, 25 is okay.
All right. Well, it looks like the majority would like signatures, 25 signatures, city council, 100 for mayor. That's good. I think that's good. I really do. It's not that difficult. And I think it's good. It's good all the way around. So, all right. Anything else on your, and then you're going to look into those signs? I mean, I really think that that's kind of unfair. Because this guy, what was his name? Black hat, black clothes. He's sitting over there on Spruce and this big, huge motorhome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think we all know who you're talking about. The guy who's a Harvard Law graduate, and then you wonder, okay. But yeah, and he also lives on Spruce, and so his house,
Oh, I didn't know
parks
that.
in front of his house. You see, I
Oh, that might be a little bit different.
especially with COVID, there's nothing else to do but, take a tour of the city. Seriously, yeah, so what happens when it's on their property? And he has, his big, huge motor home in front of his house. It's on his private property.
I don't know. That might change. Jennifer, what do you think? Does it change or not change? Oh, Robert, I'm sorry. You're here. I forgot. Either one of you, I guess.
I'll defer to the city attorney.
Mayor and council, I believe that person has already vacated that premises, but that could.
He's not going to run again?
It's not there anymore.
But no, in the future. In the future, though.
Yeah, in the future.
Well, I think the question comes down to whether or not that was an actual sign, because it was on the side of a motorhome. So there was probably a loophole somewhere that didn't qualify as an official sign. So we'll take a look at that.
Oh, okay.
All right. Okay, is that it, Christine?
Yes, Mayor, I'll go ahead and work with Rob on bringing something back on the petitions, and then I'll be bringing forward the changes to the campaign finance ordinance next month.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Christine.
All right, so now we're going to go to the Animal Service Center, Mesilla Valley ASCMV ordinance review, and Mr. Clint Thacker, I believe, is going to be making the discussion.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is Eric Enriquez, Assistant City Manager. I'll be introducing this one.
Oh, okay.
This is a ordinance revision on the animal ordinance, because the animal ordinance is so huge. We have Gino Jimenez, Animal Control Officer, that will be doing the presentation on how the significant changes affect animal control. And then we'll have Mr. Clint Thacker speak on how those changes affect the Animal Service Center. And since one of the items that's very huge in this revision is community cats, the Animal Task Force has a subject matter expert, Athena Huckabee, that she will also give a presentation on that, and then everyone will be available at the end for any questions that council may have. So with that, I'll turn it over to Animal Control Officer Gino Jimenez, if he can share his screen and get started.
Thanks, Eric.
You bet.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. If I may, give me a second to share my screen. Is it all visible to everybody right here?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. Again, for the record, my name is Gino Jimenez. I am the Animal Control Supervisor for the City of Las Cruces. As many of the councilors know, we as a task force have been working on this revision to the ordinance for about the last 2 years. Finally, there's been a little bit of delays, and we've tried to get together best we could during these COVID times. And I think we've come to something that we can present to council and get some good feedback from council and see where we go from there. What I'm going to present to you initially are some major points of interest that are big changes to the current ordinance. After that, Mr. Thacker will talk about the changes to the ordinance that affect the Animal Service Center exclusively. And then Ms. Huckabee will speak about the community cat presentation or issue. So with that, if I may begin.
Absolutely.
So here are some significant changes. Sections, the whole ordinance is Chapter 7 of the Municipal Code. So number one, and I'm going in numerical order, and these are just ones that have gotten a lot of revision or a lot of input. So section 7-1 is the microchip requirement. The current ordinance states that an animal over the age of 3 months or older must be vaccinated against rabies, have a current pet license, and an implanted microchip, working implanted microchip. The proposed ordinance would change that to still the vaccinations, but in 7-11, it would only allow or require a working implanted microchip. Now, Clint and I talked about this in discussions in the past. The reason for this change is because we've noticed that there hasn't been a great deal of participation from pet owners as far as licensing their pets. However, on the flip side, we have noticed that there has been a tremendous amount of participation in microchipping. So if we can keep going with that and keep that trend headed forward, that's also always going to be a good one, because a microchip cannot be lost like a collar or a tag. A microchip is going to be there inside that animal for the remainder of its life. And that way, if the officers, the animal control officers, come upon an animal that it's microchipped, we can actually do our due diligence to contact the registered dog owner and take it back home rather than take it to the animal service center. So that's one change. Moving on to 7-18 is the public nuisance barking section. Now, this is more of a procedural change than it is as changes into the ordinance. It's still going to say the 10-minute consecutive barking, nuisance barking. However, procedurally, what we'd like to do is change this into a 3-step process. Number one, if a citizen complains about a barking dog, the complaint will either go through central dispatch or into our office. We will then send a certified letter to the dog owner, letting them know that a complaint has been registered, a barking complaint has been registered, and to correct it in the best means that they know how at that time. If it continues, then a second complaint is fielded. Then we would reach out. The officer would actually go out to the dog owner and make some contact there and let them know that a second complaint was made, and for them to remedy it the best that they possibly could, and give them some education on how to fix it, whether it's socialization, training, or even bark collars. Finally, if we receive a third complaint, then we would sit down, the animal control officer would sit down with the dog owner and the complainant as a mediation session, and we get to sit down and work this out between the dog owner and the complainant. At that time, then all the documentation would be turned over to either party, and a civil case could be moved forward with at that time with that documentation that's been gathered by animal control. Moving on to section -31, the special animal permits. This actually goes with the hen permit. It would now include drakes. Now, drakes are the male duck. Now, if we go back and we remember why we started this special animal permit, is exclusively for the hens, was to allow citizens to produce eggs, allow their chickens to produce eggs. As we all know, roosters are not necessary for hens to produce eggs. Neither are drakes. However, drakes do not have that same noise factor that roosters do. They're not as vocal as roosters. So this proposal would allow drakes to be held in with the ducks and still keep it at that 6 number. Pigeons. Pigeons was a very wordy section of the previous ordinance. And to be honest with you, Mayor and Council, I have no idea why that section was so large. So all it really did was define sporting pigeons and racing pigeons in definitions, and then put the specific requirements for pigeons in that 7-31. Next, moving on, we go to section 7-42, which is the enforcement authority and processes. I don't know why, but it was addressing barking again, so it was kind of a redundant wording. The exact wording in 718 where that pertains to barking was also put in 7-42 as it pertains to barking. Now moving on. So the one that's really took a lot of our attention and a lot of our focus was the 7-31 special animal permits. This is highlighted as the community cats. So the current ordinance, a sunset clause took effect July 1st of 2020. And that ordinance allowed for free roaming colony cat, feral cats, as long as there was a feral cat caretaker that was registered with animal control. We only had one applicant that had a permitted colony, feral cat colony. She had 8 cats. Since that time, all those 8 cats have been adopted or placed in different homes. Since that time, we've had one more. Well, let me back up. So late in 2019, we had a rush of individuals that wanted to become colony caretakers. And they started kind of late in the year, October, November, December, knowing that the sunset clause was going to take effect January 1st. The majority of them did not meet the requirements, whether it was getting all of their animals together to spay and neuter, or getting them together for vaccinating or ear tipping. Whatever the situation was, they could not come completely in compliance. Then the sunset clause took effect, so there was no longer any permits allowed for free roaming feral cat colonies. However, the ordinance still allows for enclosed feral cat colonies, and we have one of those. She currently has 8 cats in her colony, and because of COVID, and this is across the board with all animal caregivers or agencies right now, it's really hard to be placing animals at this time. So she's happy to hold on to her 8, and she's doing the best to reach out to other agencies to help to see if they can help her place her 8. But she's happy with that, and she doesn't want to increase the number of her colony. So moving forward, the community cat permit would allow for unowned cats to be free roaming. So the ordinance right now would ask that these colony caretakers work with animal control in order to either register them, or so we have a notification of where they are in case we trap them. We can call that colony cat caretaker and return their cat to them. Now, what I've done, Mayor, and I'll move on to my next slide, is because data has always been collected, and I know that in conversation that I heard with Councilor Vasquez earlier, either last year or the year before, wanted data on the community cats. So what we started doing is mapping all the information that we could of cats that were impounded throughout the city. This is just a map of it. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Let me share my screen again. I'm going to share a different screen.
All I know, Gino, is that I get all kinds of calls that there's just a bunch of stray cats in their yard.
Yes, sir.
It seems like it's just getting more and more as the year. I mean, they're all over. They're all over.
And Mayor, and yes, and it's gotten, I can say that over the last year is probably when we've seen the majority of our cat complaints. And I don't want to say this 100%, but I believe it's all because of COVID. You know, we've had to cut down on our services because of COVID. We didn't want to expose citizens to us. We don't know if we have it. So we didn't want to expose the citizens to something that we didn't know. And vice versa, we didn't want citizens to expose staff to the possibility of COVID. So that was one program that we've cut during this COVID time. I really see the need for us to getting back into it. But before we do that, I think we need to address this at the council level. So, sir, if I may, this is a map of the city, and it's color-coded per districts, council districts. So what I'd like to do is focus in on just a couple of what I call hot spots for each council district, if I may. So I will start right here. And also, Mayor and Council, this map is available on the CLC webpage. It's only a read-only on the webpage, but you can do exactly what I'm doing right here, is zooming in on districts. I only have permission to input. But if we go to District 1, which is Councilor Gondar, Mayor Pro Tem Gondaras, here is an address that you can see the number of cats that were picked up in the last 2 years.
Wow, that's amazing.
And if I move a little bit more south, and I'm only going to pick a couple per district, Mayor, unless you want me to do more, but
No, that's actually kind of cool.
I have a tremendous list, and I don't want to take up all of council's time on this. So if you zoom in and out, and over here on the top left portion of the screen, I can actually type in the address.
Wow.
And so can you. So here is one that has gotten a lot of attention, I believe, from Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, and it's also got a lot of attention from her constituents about the number of cats in that area.
That's amazing. I didn't know that.
So if you zoom out, you'll see where it's highlighted and the dots look a lot bigger. Then you can pinpoint it and come back in.
And that's just reported, right?
Yes, sir.
So it's probably even more when you take those, they either get tired of calling it in or they were there for a little bit and they take off, so.
Yes, sir. And if I'm going to move on to Council District 2, which is Council Abeta Stuvi. Now here's one that she and I have talked about this. You'll see the number of cats that have been picked up here. That's one. And then I will move on to a different address. If I'm going too quickly, please let me know and I can slow down.
No.
Gino, this is over the last 2 years, you said?
Excuse me, whoever jumps in talking, please identify yourself.
I'm sorry, Clint Thacker, Director of Adams Service Center.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that, Mayor. Gino, is this over the past 2 years, I think you said?
Mayor, Mr. Thacker, yes, sir. This is from January 1st of 2019 to February 28th, 2021. So here's another address that had quite a few impounds. And now I'm trying to move quickly because I don't want to take a lot of council's time. I will move into Councilor Vasquez district. And then right across the street, there's a couple in this one little corridor. There's a couple of addresses that have a lot of impounds. Okay, then I will move on to Council Bencomos? This is one that's really concerning to us because this is a community of hope. If we move over here, this is 1751 West Hadley, a mobile home community. So you have quite a bit here on this street and then on this street. And then there was another cluster right over here. This is the Sunny Acres RV Park. Now I'm going to zoom out and move on to Councilor Sorg's and Councilor Flores's because those are kind of far. Again, if I'm moving too fast, please let me know and I will slow down. So there's quite a few right here off of Jimmy Lane. And then right down the street, on Alba. Now I'll move on to Councilor Flores. And the majority of these are up on the East Mesa in Council District 6. This is Council Flores's district. There's this one off of Munoz. And there was a couple right over here. Off of Jefferson and a big one off of Grooms, if I can zoom in on it.
I think that's where she lives.
So with that, Mayor, I am done with my presentation. I will stand for any questions. I don't know if we want to do this as a panel with myself, Mr. Thacker, and Athena at the end, or if we want to do question and answer right now on my slide alone.
Okay, looks like we have Councilor Flores, Councilor Vasquez. Councilor Flores?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Gino. Thank you, Officer Jimenez. Did you explain? I had to get up because my dog was barking.
Oh, so you didn't hear? You didn't hear?
I did hear most of it, but Edie was barking.
No, about we showed you where your house is, and you have all these cats.
Yeah. I heard that. Yeah. Gino, did you explain to people that those little yellow dots don't just represent one cat, but many cats? And then did you also zero in and show us how they turn into red dots? And sometimes one yellow dot produces, I mean, it'll, like when you show the red dots, shows, did you do that, Gino?
Mayor, Council Flores, she is absolutely correct. Every dot on here does not represent a single cat. There could be multiple cats. Let me just click on it. So if you click on this one, it tells you what was picked up there. Let me zoom in a little bit more. So again, everybody has access to this on the CLC webpage. And if you click on a dot, it will give you the information of what was picked up there. Come on. Now, let me close this out. Now, here we go. Unless I And Mayor, I believe what Councilor Flores was talking about in this filter or this funnel here, you can actually change it. So you can look at either cats that have been impounded for us in a particular time frame, dogs, or others. So the dogs are going to be represented in blue. The others are going to be represented in red. But for the purpose of this presentation, I only did it for cats.
Thank you, Gino. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Councilor Vasquez?
Thank you, Mayor. And Mayor, is it correct that we were just talking about, we're trying to ask questions here about the map and about Gino's presentation? We'll have a larger discussion.
That's
right?
correct.
Okay. I'll keep my questions to that then. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Gino. I really appreciate this. You went above and beyond. I think when we last had this conversation, part of the reason for having this map built was just some concern about the density of cats in a couple of particular districts. And I think, you know, part of what I was trying to say is that, you know, where there's low to mid-income housing is where you have the most feral cat problems. And so I always thought that a policy addressing feral cats should be fair in that we don't continue to see concentrations of feral cats in places that are, you know, lower income or more affordable housing, because I just don't think that's fair, right? Especially if we're going to have trap, neuter releases, like where are we releasing them to? Are we all releasing them back into these same neighborhoods? Because that's where I get the complaints. You know, I get complaints from homeowners about, you know, does anyone care? You know, the cats are doing property damage. They're, you know, a lot of them are scratching at their screen doors, or some of them obviously they urinate, and so they tend to cause a lot of issues related to that. Or and then, you know, I think our response to them in the past has been, well, you got to trap the cat yourself, or all these, I think, hoops that they had to jump through that seemed pretty unreasonable, I thought, for somebody that just needs the cat population controlled. So just to verify this, because I'm trying to look at the dots on the map and draw a correlation here. And it seems honestly like they're pretty evenly split here between like districts 1 through 4 at least. But Gino, how would you characterize where you find most of the feral cats? Would you say that that's an accurate assessment, that they're mostly in districts 1 through 4?
Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, absolutely. You'll see that in Councilor Sorgs and Councilor Flores, you have a lot, especially in Councilor Flores's district. This area right here is still undeveloped. So therefore, she's going to have less of a community cat or a feral cat problem here. If you move up into Councilor Sorg's district, this area north or between Thurman Road and Red Hawk Golf Course is still under development. Even though that there's a tremendous amount of homes going up there, they're not all, they don't have residents in them yet, but they're still being built. So if we drop down into 1, 2, 3, and 4, that's where you will see the majority or the bigger concentration of our trapped cats. Absolutely.
Thank you, Gino. I appreciate that. And then a question for you, just in terms of the protocol. You said these dots represent maybe not just one cat, but an instance where you had to go perhaps and trap a cat, maybe a series of cats. And so what is the procedure there, Gino, when you make these, when you get a call or you go pick up a cat to spay or neuter it or whatever it is you might do? What is that process like? Do you document if this is, you know, like I'm assuming you do because you have this map here, but if it's like a problem household in which there's multiple resident cats and there's no current cat colony caretaker there, what kind of report do you file, I guess I should say, whenever you get called into these calls?
Mayor, Councilor Vasquez. So right now, let's just say a complaint is made that a citizen has caught a cat in a trap. The officer will go out there and transfer that animal from that trap to a carrier and then transport the cat to the Animal Service Center. They'll provide all the necessary documentation for the ASC to make a recommendation of how that animal is going to be housed, where it's going to be housed and such. At that point, we are done. Animal control's responsibility has been met. Then it will become the ASC's discretion as to whether that animal is adopted, fostered, euthanized, or whatever disposition they choose. If we go back, we have been getting complaints about the same cat being caught. I just caught this cat yesterday, it's back today. That is probably one of the hardest things for us to prove right now, but that's something that's going to happen with the community cats, because we're trying to reduce the number of euthanasia at the animal service center. These cats may come back to the same community or the same household where it was picked up 2 or 3 days earlier. So that may be something that we look into down the road. I hope that answers your question, sir.
Thank you, Gino. That's fine. I have more questions and more comments, but I wanted to reserve them just to this map itself. One other quick question. I just want to make sure I heard you right. So the cat colony caretaker ordinance that we've had in the books, how long has that been active, Gino?
The ordinance was written in 2017, I believe, the last change. The sunset clause took effect in January 1st of 2020. So colony caretakers and community feral cat colonies are no longer permitted unless they are enclosed. As of this point, they must be enclosed, and those colony caretakers must register with the Animal Control Office.
Okay, and you said you only received one application during that entire period of time. Is that?
We received several applications. Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, I'm sorry about me skipping protocol. We had Mrs. Denise Chavez. She's well known within the city. She was the very first one that ever got a feral cat colony permit with us. And I think she even advocated for us in council when we still had it at Chambers, how well the program ran as far as she was concerned. We had many that had tried, but for some reason they couldn't meet all the requirements because it is financially burdensome on somebody who's trying to do this. So they couldn't do it at the time because either they couldn't get all their animals spayed, couldn't get them all vaccinated, couldn't get them all chipped or whatever. They just financially couldn't do it. So they never followed through with the entire process. Then we had one that she got her license late last year, and she's happy with her enclosed colony right now. So technically on the books, we've had one permitted, that was Mrs. Chavez, and we have one that is currently permitted.
Thank you, Gino. I appreciate that, and I think it's just good for reference, right, in terms of how well the policy worked or what the burdens there were for citizens to do that. You mentioned costs, and so I just for me, just hearing that, I mean, definitely want to make sure we perhaps don't go back to that model, because I think there's a lot of well-meaning people out there who probably, you know, in their right hearts, definitely want to be able to take care and claim responsibility for any number of cats in their neighborhood or in their backyard, but clearly it's a hurdle financially, and seeing these dots on the map maybe hasn't worked too great. But thank you, Gino. I appreciate that, and I look forward to continuing this discussion. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome, sir.
Thanks, Councilor Beta-Stubbe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Gino. Part of being on the Animal Service Center board, we get to see these numbers every month, and I've really appreciated it. And Gino's taking the time. In my district, I definitely have some neighborhoods that have seen these increased amounts and coming back. And honestly, and it's very heartbreaking for the owners that are facing these sort of issues from cats. You know, we have a few really powerful stories in our district about, you know, the damage that cats are done to homes. And I am an avid cat lover. I have them. I always joke I'm one cat shy of being a full cat lady, but this is something that we have to take into consideration. So I have comments about section 2, but I also wanted to say thank you for some of the other items that you presented today, especially with the dog barking ordinances and changes. I think that's going to be very helpful. And oftentimes, I'm sure when you show up to these different calls about the ordinances, the dogs aren't barking at those times, and it's hard to be able to view all these things. So the new approach, I think, will be better. And then at the end, a mediation and getting the neighbors together to talk about the problems, hopefully can resolve some conflicts, some issues, or lead to greater awareness within neighbors and neighborhoods about stuff. So I do want to say thank you, and I appreciate that. And thank you again for the hard work that you've done, especially with making these types of programs for us to be able to view and then relay that out to any of our constituents as well. And thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you to my colleagues. I know how difficult this is. We've spent a lot of time, as Gino commented on, the community cat portion, community cat caregiver. And so, Gino, I know that you had indicated initially there was one registered cat colony, but I thought that thereafter we got a slew of people registered because some information education went out, some rumors, right, about we were going to euthanize all these cats and whatnot. So very quickly people started to do that. And then we had the sunset clause, which, I'm glad that we're speaking to this, but it's sort of in my mind a slanted view of really what's happening because of COVID. And I think we could all agree that we've experienced, probably each of us, several calls, and I say this often, I get several calls a week related to colonies or roaming cats. And so it's really hard to I think to pinpoint what really is the issues when all of these things happen in sequential, right? We had that rumor, if you will, and then we had the sunset clause, and then COVID hit. So, which prevented, I think, Gino's group codes going out there, animal codes officers, ACOs. Yes, I had to stop there and say, yes, from really getting out there and helping communities. And then that there's just not the necessary funding and programming available that I think there needs to be. And then I think all of us have hit the nail on the head that have had comments. We didn't have a system that incorporated data, so that at the end of the day, we could say, okay, from this sunset clause, TNR really did work, right? Or this idea of what we were trying to do. And so I think you'll be happy, and I'll reserve, the rest of my comments, because I know Athena, Clint have presentations, but I just wanted to just confirm, Gino, we did have the one registered cat colony, but then there was a slew of them, right, that sort of came into the fold later after, some education, if you will, or the rumor mill getting going about what would happen to these cats.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, you are absolutely correct. I don't know if it was the rumor or it was the urgency, knowing that the sunset clause was coming into effect. So late in 2019, like I said, October, November, December, I had an influx of people wanting to get feral cat colony permits. And at the time because we wanted to collect data to be able to present council with some strong information, at the time we waived the permitting fee. And I had something like 12 different applicants that came in, working with them, trying to get their animals vaccinated all the requirements that were necessary. And I know that some of them have worked with the Humane Society of Southern New Mexico to get their animals spayed and neutered. I don't know why, but none of them followed through. And none of them followed through. And the sunset clause took effect. And it was basically like we lost touch with them. And it ended right there. So there is some interest. There is some interest out there from the community that want to do this. It's just that follow-up. It's that finished, continue to finish what you started.
Thank you, Gino. I really appreciate it. I just wanted to make mention that, there is some genuine interest there, as you'll see, and you probably received numerous emails like I did related to establishing a TNR program. And you're going to see from the task force perspective, we wanted to separate the community cat, and we have a resolution ready to go, but we wanted to present this and get your feedback, because we really believe right now, the ordinance is going to, based on whatever council's decision is moving forward, we think that we could save a lot of cats if we separate and get a resolution to establish TNR program until we can get this other ordinance. We get the feedback from council and have the first and second reading moving forward, and so just wanted to say that, and publicly I want to thank all the folks that have worked on the task force. It's been a long process, 2 years of meeting on the Fridays, right, late in the afternoon to really make sure that we got the public's input and those advocates that believe so much in the vision that we have for our animals here. So thank you, Gino, for your work. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Mayor.
Councilor Flores, did you have another question? I forget to put your hand down. You did?
No, sir.
Oh, okay. Okay, Gino, was there another part to you're done with your part, I guess, and
Mr. Mayor, yes, sir. I am done with my part. However, I've got the Mr. Thacker's presentation and Miss Athena's presentation. All I'm going to do is start sharing their presentations on my screen, and I'll be their clicker.
Okay.
They can do all the talk.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilor.
Thank you. So I just wanted to, Councilor Vasquez referred to feral cats, and for purposes of what we have here in our city, there are definitions, and a feral cat is distinguished from a community cat. And a feral cat is a domesticated animal or domesticated species that is not behaviorally compatible with humans. And so it's, and just for purposes of everyone's knowledge, feral cats are put to sleep at the Animal Services Center of the MESILLA Valley. So it's a good idea to look at community cat, which is different, and not confuse the two or not use the term interchangeably. And so a feral cat wouldn't be subject to the community cat colony. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Okay, so Clint, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Appreciate this opportunity to talk to you today about the Las Cruces ordinance. Next slide, Gino.
Clint, I just need you to state your name, please. I mean, I know I called you Clint.
Clint Thacker, Executive Director, Animal Service Center in MESILLA Valley. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thanks.
The two major things that affect the Animal Service Center in this ordinance are the microchips and also community cat. And those are the two I'm going to focus on today. In section 711, as you heard Gino talk about the microchip requirement, it's going to be changed to remove the license requirement. Now, licenses have always been around for a long time, and what they're there for is to regulate the rabies vaccine. So you have to get a license, but the only time you can get a license is if you have a current rabies vaccine. They kind of played hand in hand. Well, now people are starting to question, what do I get out of my license? And the answer really is maybe another form of ID is what we get out of it, because the actual rabies is still required by law. So what we're stating is if you could take and remove the license part out of it and have the microchip, and still the animal control officers would still be able to enforce not having a rabies. So there wouldn't be any added there. Everybody continues to implant microchips, and then all of the rabies information would be sent to the Animal Service Center in MESILLA Valley. We'd kind of be the hub of that information. So before, about a year and a half or so ago, when David Dahlhan reported to the city, what we did is him and I went out to 3 of the veterinarians here in the city, and we asked them and their staff, would you be willing to report the rabies vaccines or the microchips to the Animal Service Center in MESILLA Valley? And at that point, we didn't really care how they got them to us, by email, by fax. They could print it, they could mail it to us, they could bring it in by hand. And if it's even a few, they could just call us. That was fine. We also talked about the future of getting some type of website set up that would be integrated either with the ASCMV, so we could do a download each day and enter the information in, or maybe even connect it with our shelter software, where it could just be downloaded and go in that way. And that would not change anything that we currently have, because we have a system that you can put an animal owner in, and then you can also put all the animals that are owned by that person, and then what vaccines those animals have. So no added software is going to be needed just to originally track that. One thing that is going to have some action by the city is, in this ordinance, there's an unsterilized microchip fee. So it's separated. So that's something that the city council is going to have to talk about and agree on a price for an unsterilized microchip. Next slide, please. The next one we're talking about is community cats. Now, just a quick rundown of a community cat, and Athena's going to get into this more, is a community cat is a cat that shows no sign of ownership. So when Councilwoman Flores said that there's a difference between a feral and a community cat, the answer is yes, whereas the community cat is kind of the big picture, and because not all cats that qualify for a community cat are going to be feral. There may be some that are nice, but there's still no sign of ownership. This cat still lives outside with no collar, no tags, no microchip, and so on. So just a quick crackdown or rundown of a community cat program is, let's say an area can sustain a certain number of cats, and it also can sustain a certain number of people, of wildlife, whatever. So we'll say it's 10 cats. Well, if we take 3 cats and we bring them into the center, and right now we euthanize them, that leaves 3 spots open for cats to come in, because cats are being born, they need a place to go, they're pushed out of areas, so they fill up that 10. And then a community cat program is when we take and we bring those 3 cats in, but instead of euthanizing them, we sterilize them, we vaccinate them, we microchip them, and then we clip just the first third top of their ear off, so we know have all these gone through and been through the program, and then we send them back out to the area, not the exact place, but the area of where they were in. So they go back in. So those 3 places are now filled with a sterilized, healthy, vaccinated cat. And the idea is to continue to do this trap and return until all 10 animals, or all the animals in the area, or a large percentage of them, are vaccinated. So how this is going to affect, next slide, please. The euthanasia breakdown for 2020 is 321 cats were euthanized for being feral. Again, 321, that's the only reason why they were euthanized, is that they were unhandleable and they were feral. The next highest to that is medical issues general for both dog and cat. Gino, next slide. Now, this is the total intake from the city of Las Cruces in 2020. Notice the 971 cats were brought in by animal control. That's your highest type of intake right there, were cats. Now, those were not all feral cats. Those were not all community cats. They were all tame cats. I understand that. But that was our highest type of impound. So there, as Gino has established before, there are a lot of cats in Las Cruces city area, and we need to do something to address this. Next slide. This is a pie chart I threw in just so you can see that we currently are doing community cats. This is not a new program to the city, or I'm sorry, to the ASCMV. The county has a program that allows us to do it. So 6.4% of our total outcome was community cats into the county areas at 401. And then we euthanized 1,026 animals. And again, the highest number in that euthanasia is that 321 for community or for feral cats. Next slide. This is our live release rate. What that is shows the percentage of animals leaving the shelter alive for the entire year. So in 2019, you'll see the cats, the green one was 79% of animals leaving the shelter alive, or I'm sorry, of cats leaving the center alive. In 2020, it dipped down to 73.8. Well, in 2019, the ASCMV was participating in the city in trap, neuter, return. We were doing it. And then at that time, towards the later end of 2019, we were told we had to stop because we weren't doing it correctly, which is fine. We stopped. And that was the influx of the rumors that we were going to euthanize and the cats that were coming in. And that was the influx of applications that animal control received for community cats, was for that reason, is we were no longer going to do it. So we were going to have to euthanize cats. And that message went out and people responded. But again, as we know, they didn't follow all the way through. So in 2020, our live release went down. That's partly because of the cats that we had to euthanize when they came into the center. Well, I don't think it's the only reason, but I know that in 2020, there was an increase in cat calls. Sorry, that was funny. I was going to say cat calls to the council, but increased number of calls related to community cats or feral cats to the council. Now, this could have been because of COVID, where there's more people home spending time. It could be that there's the ordinance was more visual to the public and was coming more to a public point of view. And it could also be that we were no longer doing trap, neuter, return. So the number of cats was coming up. People were seeing more of them. My professional opinion is it was a combination of all three. Of course, we have all those things going on and made a difference. But our live release rate did go down in 73.8. In 2020. And that is the end of my presentation. I'll open up to any questions.
Thanks, Clint. And your other comment was funny. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Any questions? Well, how about think about it, and then we'll go to Athena and then circle back, and then questions for everybody, I guess. Oh, Councilor Sword.
Yeah, I could ask a one here. I want to know how many cats in 2020 did you trap, neuter, and release?
404.
404. How many in the year before that?
A year before that, I have to look in my book right here to get that. I can get it for you.
Well, that's okay. So you neuterized 404 different cats. Or wherever any of these cats already neuterized when you collected them?
That I do not know.
Yeah.
So what you're asking me is if any of them were impounded twice.
What's the cost of the neuter and vaccinations and so forth for these cats? How much does it cost per cat?
I'd probably say we pay a veterinarian $30 per animal to sterilize, and then there's some staff time in that. There's some stay for the animal because we don't always get it the next day. And then the vaccine, the rabies vaccine that we give them is, I believe it's around $1 or so, maybe $2. So probably around $50, $50 to $60
per cat?
around that. Yes, sir.
Yeah. How much does it cost to euthanize a cat?
Well, it's probably, euthanasia is very, very cheap. But the difference is they have to stay for the 3 days. So I'd probably say it's around the same, because the stay is what costs the most. Staff's time to clean the shelter, or clean the cage, food. And then after the 3-day stay, they're brought in.
So you saying in a TNR cat then is, all this is done in 1 day and it's back out on the street then after that?
That's the ideal time frame. Yes, is a quick turnaround.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Counselor. Okay, so Athena? You wanna
Ready
make-
as soon as I. Hi.
Okay, just need you to state your name and your position, please.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors. My name is Athena Huckabee. I am a resident of Las Cruces District 1, and I am a public health professional. I hold a master's degree in public health, also known as an MPH. This advanced degree track included training in the health of populations, biostatistics, epidemiology, especially as it applies to infectious disease, community health, and health policy. My major was actually in health policy and administration from a health perspective. First, I want you to know that when I first volunteered to sit on the Animal Care Task Force in September, not to that slide yet, Gino, but thank you, appreciate you. When I first volunteered to sit on the Animal Care Task Force in September of 2018, I was told that it would probably be a 90-day commitment as we worked together on a new and more workable animal ordinance. Standing or sitting, Zooming before you in March of 2021, the road has been much longer than that. The ordinance is a result of tireless work, not just by 1 or 2 people, but by all of us that sat on the task force, including not only Las Cruces and Doña Ana County Animal Control, Animal Services Center of the Mesilla Valley staff, Joe Ruprecht, PhD, who works with ducks and rabbits as well as other animals and holds a PhD in human psychology and animal ecology, Marcy Scott, a well-known wildlife advocate and birder, representatives from the Coalition for Pets and People, Action Program for Animals, and many other professionals who gave of their time and working hours to sit in a 2-hour meeting taking place on Friday afternoons. Through much give and take, much compromise, and many line edits, we've come forward with a workable, enforceable, functional ordinance that all can live with. I want to emphasize that all sides made compromises and came together to create this ordinance. And then we can go to the next slide. Thank you, Gino. Of note, our whole program of companion animal management here in the city of Las Cruces is reactionary by nature. We function using a complaint-driven rather than a proactive system. Without a proactive, holistic approach that is data-driven, the stray companion animal issue in Las Cruces and the larger county will never be resolved. This ordinance does lay the groundwork for us to move forward and towards a more proactive, data-driven system. One of the most controversial parts of this ordinance is the addition of the allowance of TNR, or trap, neuter, return of community cats. Mayor Pro Tem, city councilors, you probably already have an opinion on this topic. I would ask that you suspend for a moment that carefully formed opinion and consider that we as a city function on a spectrum of responses to the community cat issue, shown here in this slide. Please keep in mind that this ordinance does not take us from a 100% euthanasia response to a 100% trap, neuter, return response. It simply moves us, I would argue, a small amount along this spectrum. Euthanasia is not being removed as a tool that is available to us if needed. Please keep in mind that the goal of everyone on the task force and the city of Las Cruces more largely is to reduce the free roaming cat population. Literally, no one is saying that we want or need to create a larger population of free roaming cats. Mayor Pro Tem and councilors, you have had many people over the years stand in front of you with slogans like cats threaten bird populations or TNR works. I am not here to represent a polarizing view to you all today. This presentation is not about trap, neuter, return versus trap and kill. It's clear that we need both approaches. Nor is it about cat advocates versus wildlife advocates, nor about old school approaches to animal control versus new school approaches. It's about demonstrating to you that any animal care ordinance exists on a spectrum from reactive to proactive. The fact that free roaming cats do kill native bird populations is undeniable. And also, to reduce the free roaming cat population here in Las Cruces, we need access to all of the tools available to us, and that includes trap, neuter, return where appropriate. The importance that all of you have placed on data cannot be overstated, and it's also appropriate, of course, for you all to think in this way. If we want to move toward proactive, holistic, data-driven solutions, there must be a provision for data collection in the implementation piece to this ordinance. Many groups have gotten up in the past to show you information on TNR data, and I have seen that data that is not from our area is often not seen as relevant. For this reason, I do have data on a current well-known program, the Feral Cat Management Program, or FCAMP at NMSU. Next slide, please. As you can see, this program began in 2002 at NMSU campus. The initial estimated population was 250 to 200 cats. TNR best practices were used. So cats were not only spayed and neutered and returned, spayed, neutered, microchipped, vaccinated, ear tipped, and then returned, but kittens that were able to be socialized were removed from the colony and adopted out. Over 350 cats in total were TNR'd during the time period from 2002 to 2014, and homes were found for over 100 kittens. The most recent litter born to this colony was in 2010. The current population in 2021, currently right now, is around 35 adult cats, and most are 5 years old or older. The cost for this intervention, and this speaks to Councillor Sword's question, ranged from about $90 for males to about $125 for females, and around $30,000 total was spent. All monies were raised by donation, including bake sales, can drives, and private donors. There was no financial support from NMSU, no grant funding was accessed, no city funds were used. To go back quickly, and I'm wrapping up, it's the implementation of this ordinance that is crucial. Next slide, please. For this ordinance to function well and to move Las Cruces towards proactive, holistic, data-driven solutions, implementation must include certain key elements. These include a data collection piece in which we engage with researchers to estimate the number of free roaming cats in the area and see how that number changes over time. Free and low-cost spay and neuter programs. I think this speaks to the piece that was mentioned several times in other presentations about how people didn't follow through. The cost for an individual to neuter and spay these cats is very high, especially if we're talking about low-income areas. So if I wanted to spay or neuter 10 cats and I'm paying $50 a cat, that's $500 out of my pocket, which people in higher income places can afford, but not in lower income places. So again, free, low-cost spay and neuter programs must be a part. Funding for a bank of deterrence, which the community can access to help keep unwanted cats out of their yards. This way we have a solution for people besides just trap the cat or do this or do that. How about if the city gives you, for example, a motion-activated water scarecrow that sprays the cat with water when it enters your yard? This is just one example of a deterrent that could be cheaply purchased and available in the community. Resources for community cat caretakers so that they're aware of best practices, like courses on how to manage a feral cat colony, such as I took through the Humane Society, for example. Mentorship resources. I have been a mentor for these programs in the past. Next slide, please. Sorry, getting a little dry there. Also to consider are funding opportunities for feral cat caretakers to build cat enclosures or catios, which do not allow birds to predate on which do not allow cats to predate on native bird species. I think this idea may also be helpful in some of the problem areas that we've mentioned in various districts. There could be funding for a trap bank, which the community can access for TNR projects they'd like to complete. And certainly widespread, well-studied, and thought out public education campaigns about not letting cats outdoors for many reasons, including impacts on wildlife, the importance on spaying and neutering cats, the importance of not feeding free-roaming cats unless a trapping plan is in place, and other targeted messaging and positive encouragement to comply with these campaigns will be crucial. Also to consider, just a sort of pipe dream to throw out there, we could hire a full-time person who does nothing but assist with community cats, PNR implementation and mentorship, education and data collection coordination, along with cat owner and cat complainant education. Through passing and implementing this ordinance, TNR will be able to be used in communities where it makes sense and is effective, and will be able to be used in conjunction with tools like enclosures, where those make sense. And finally, can be used in conjunction with euthanasia when necessary. 2 final points. Please do not let your well-placed concerns about data-driven solutions, which we are all so hungry for, delay the passing of this ordinance. All players agree that the current ordinance is unworkable. The new ordinance lays the groundwork for us to move forward with a data collection piece and towards data-driven solutions. I want to once again emphasize that this ordinance has been compromised on and agreed to by city legal staff, city animal codes, the animal shelter director, the animal care task force with its wide range of voices and health professionals previously mentioned, and positive public comment, which was widely positive at the last public comment that was taken. The goal of reducing the free roaming cat population, moving toward proactive, holistic, data-driven animal control solutions, and improving overall quality of life for Las Crucians and their families can be achieved and is within our reach. So Mayor Pro Tem, councilors, thank you again for your time this afternoon. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Athena. Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Ms. Huckabee, so much for your presentation. Thank you also to Mr. Thacker. I'm glad that we're finally here. Thank you so much for all your time and your work that you put in, as well as other members of the task force. I know you guys have been working at this for quite some time, and perhaps not what you signed up for, but I find that things usually tend to move a little bit slower than we want to in local government often. So thank you. I have a couple questions, but my first is around the cat carrying capacity. I think you mentioned the ordinance determines essentially how many cats a certain area or region can hold, and that determines whether you can release more cats into that area. Can you talk a little bit more about the science behind that and how this ordinance addresses finding the accurate numbers of any given number of cats in an area?
Sure. Actually, this ordinance does not address cat carrying capacity. What I was saying is that solutions must be data driven. And I think that Clint just used that as an example. What it does do is not allow for release of cats around certain distances from arroyos, from public parks, and from other areas that Marcy Scott, again, who is an avid birder, was very active with this ordinance. And it's in the ordinance certain distances from natural features which birds tend to congregate at. So that is part of it. And then also there's just some flexibility that allows for euthanasia and TNR to both be used. There is also a much argued about and compromised on strikes rule, so that if a certain cat, for example, is picked up by animal control a certain number of times, it is considered a nuisance cat and can be euthanized, moved to an indoor colony, moved to a barn program, adopted to a rescue, or in some other way removed from that area. So I hope that's clear.
Thank you, Ms. Huckabee. And did you say that the 3 strikes or what X amount of strikes rule is currently in this draft ordinance, or it's not?
It is.
Okay, and that's 3 strikes for a cat?
Through many, I'm sorry, Mayor and Councilor Vasquez, through much compromise, we agreed on 4, with the first one actually being the first time that the cat is trapped, neutered, fixed, vaccinated, etc. And then the 3 following being the problematic calls. So it's 4.
Thank you for that, Ms. Huckabee. And Mr. Thacker, how are you going to track the strikes? You can, I'm assuming you'll be able to identify the cat time after time.
Mayor and Councilor Vasquez, yes, they are all microchipped. And so the animal control officer will be able to scan it right there, look it up on the computer in our software, and they can tell how many times it's been impounded at that time.
Thank you, Mr. Thacker. And so I do continue to worry that we will continue to concentrate a large number of community cats in one area or a couple areas of the city. For what it's worth, like I said, I'm sure other councilors get lots of complaints, but I have heard concerns to the tone of, that perhaps the city doesn't care about the residents in a particular neighborhood as much, that it won't address the cat problem. And so they say, the cats are here, no one cares about us, our roads are not good. There's a whole thing that comes with living in a built environment, where I'm sure residents don't necessarily think that having a bunch of community cats is the best thing for their kids or for their pets or for whatever it might be. So how does this ordinance specifically address the issue of not concentrating cats that are trapped, neutered, released into the same neighborhood? Ms. Huckabee or Mr. Thacker, whoever wants to take that.
I'm happy to take this, Mr. Thacker, unless you have something.
No, go ahead.
Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, I would say 2 things. I would say, number 1, that as a public health professional, what you're saying is not falling on deaf ears. We know that your zip code predicts your life expectancy, right? And that low-income communities, low-income areas suffer in many ways. And I see you pointing towards the community cat issue as well. I think that it's a question of resources often already available to those communities. People want to care for animals, but often because of our lack, currently there is absolutely nowhere in the city of Las Cruces to get a low-cost spay-neuter at all. Many people are going to El Paso. The Animal Service Center, as I am aware, is only spaying and neutering animals that are fostered or, in its facility. So, it's very expensive. It's out of people's reach. I think that making access to low-cost spay-neuter will reduce the problem even without the community cat piece. And I also think that, again, that the implementation of the ordinance is so important, and that you, city councilors and mayor, have control over how it is implemented. And so perhaps in areas where people want to care for cats, but and there are many cats, but it's not as good for the community, might be a great place to help that community build an enclosure, might be a great place to offer deterrence for people that are not interested in having those cats, for example, in their child's sandbox or other things. So I think, again, just to emphasize that it may not all be spelled out in the ordinance, and so the implementation is going to be key.
Thank you, Ms. Huckabee. And can I just a follow-up question on that? What is the regular cost of a spay or neuter for a cat, and what would you say is a low cost option for that?
Mr. Thacker, would you feel comfortable answering that? I can give a ballpark, but your numbers might be a little better.
We don't, I'd have to get back with you on a low cost because we haven't done public spay and neuters for several years here at the center because of our high numbers that we're trying to catch up on. But I can tell you this, I can tell you that we, in our last year's budget, or I'm sorry, this year's budget, we were given money to get another veterinarian to plan to do these. So that will free up some surgery time. Talking with our current medical director that we do want to start to do low-cost spay and neuter for the public again. Our numbers, COVID has really helped us out in that area as far as the number of animals coming in has lowered, so we're able to do other surgeries going up. And then I also can tell you that Best Friends Animal Society has given or has promised $1,000 in education material and also deterrence that we can build a bank on and get information out. And education is everything about this. I mean, this is the animal control officers come into play where they can have the information in hand, they can give it to the individual that is having these issues, do a little education. So, I mean, that's the one thing that I'm big on is the education part. But I can get those numbers to you. I can tell you that SNAP here is they're kind of the authority on the low cost spay and neuter, and they go by HUD standards. So I'd have to get the amount of money that they charge if you qualify for that.
You know what? Looks like Gino Jimenez has his hand up. Maybe he wanted to jump in real quick.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. And I just wanted to follow up on a question that Councilor Vasquez had asked earlier. So the proposed ordinance would restrict releasing these animals back to within 150 feet of any daycare, any city-owned park, any city-owned facility, or public school. And the reason for that, and that's not to say that this colony caretaker would release it right here 150 feet away and it runs right to that park. But we're going to do the best that we can to reduce that attraction to the park. So let's say in your district specifically, Young Park, where they would have tremendous access to water, let's just say to some lunches being thrown out into the trash, something like that. They have food available. But 150 feet would be kind of like up the street at those apartments on Nevada. So, but there's nothing to say that it's not going to run right to Young Park and start its own home there. But that's where those restrictions would come in.
Thank you, Gino.
I apologize, Mayor, City Councilors, Mayor Pro Tem. Just a quick Google search tells me that the average cost of a spay neuter starts at around $100 when done by a private vet. I have been quoted here in Las Cruces as much as $300 for a spay for a cat. So you can see that these types of costs are out of reach for much of our community.
Thank you, Ms. Huckabee. Yeah, I think having a well-resourced spay and neuter program, especially one that was income-based, perhaps to qualify for that somehow, would be a good idea to implement along with this ordinance. And so, Mr. Thacker, you mentioned you had a new veterinarian coming on board. Does that mean that frees up, that allows you to create a new low-income spay neuter program at the Animal Services Center in conjunction with this ordinance, or would you need additional resources to be able to do that?
I think we can start off with what we have. If the program blows up and becomes huge, we will need some more financial support, yes.
Well, I'd like us to consider that. I think that would be the smartest approach in implementing this. That way, if we do implement this, then we have that option for those residents, because I know, even with trap neuter release, there's going to continue to be resident cats that aren't part of the TNR program. There's going to continue to be cats brought from outside of the community, right? El Paso, other places. So those cats will keep coming into our community that are not part of the TNR program. So having that low cost spay option perhaps offered to the city, for low income residents is going to be, I think, part of the solution, especially in some of those areas that we're talking about with heavy cat population. So, Mr. Thacker, is that something you'd commit to starting that program along with this ordinance?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Vasquez, yes, I mean, you're just talking my language. What we plan on doing with the Animal Service Center, the existing building, is to turn it into a high capacity spay and neuter facility. Because if you remember in 2022, we're going to be getting a new center right here next to us. So that is the dream for me for this center to become something where people can come to, whether it be free or low cost for certain qualifying measures. I've also talked with SNAP here in the area and just said, hey, what are your thoughts about you handling the paperwork for qualification? And they come to us to get it sterilized, and they're like, thumbs up, we love it. So there's already been a lot of talk and discussion for something like that to be happening. But yeah, it all takes that pretty penny, you know, to get things going. And the center, honestly, the center is going to have some remodeling. We have one surgical table right now. That's all. It was one. So we're going to need some remodeling done here. But absolutely, we're on it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Thacker. I appreciate that. I think, I think those two approaches are really, really prudent to go along with each other. I do have another question here on the task force process. Ms. Huckabee, you mentioned you had an avid birder on your task force, which thank you for doing that. And I know former Assistant City Manager David Dollahan helped lead a lot of these discussions and hopefully got some of the right folks on this task force. But there does, I think, continue to be a concern, about just the number of both birds and mammals and reptiles, right? That community cats or unowned cats predate and kill, just not just in Las Cruces, but everywhere around the world where there's community cats. I think I forgot how many millions of birds they kill, but it's like 15% of the world's bird population has been, wiped out by community cats. That's pretty significant. And so I'm just wondering what other discussions you had at the task force related to, are there any other methods to reduce the predation of birds and other native wildlife here by community cats as they live out their life? If you could give any insight into those conversations, that would be helpful as well.
Absolutely. I'm happy to do that. Thank you. So Mayor and Councilor Vasquez, Marcy Scott joined our conversations, and we actually turned out to be great allies and are very respectful and responsive of one another. It turns out we have many things in common, and she was a pleasure to work with on the task force. She and I talked a lot about patios and enclosures and how there should be funding through that of some kind. I know, and Mr. Thacker, I don't know if you can comment on this, but for example, the Animal Service Center of the MESILLA Valley recently posted a very interesting position of a full-time grant writer. We talked about trying to possibly, even Marcy and I, Ms. Scott, writing a grant together to try to access funds so that people can build these enclosures, which can be very helpful. Other conversations that were had were the 4 strikes out rule, as mentioned, the not being close to natural features and parks, as mentioned. And also just a real focus on wanting to work together to reduce the cat population. So moving again from reactive to proactive approaches, a system, I mean, many kudos and thanks to Mr. Jimenez and all of the animal control officers and all of the good work they do. But a reactive system will never get control of the cat population. It has to be more proactive. And if we don't want to end up in a situation like Australia is in, which I mentioned in my continuum of responses, right? And we need to get a handle on this situation. And that was agreed upon also by Marcy and the rest of the folks. And I think where we came to on TNR is that it's a tool in the toolbox and that we need to use it while we continue to do work to move towards more proactive, holistic solutions.
Thank you, Ms. Huckabee. And I think that's a great point that you make regarding different tools and different solutions. I think what I would hate to see perhaps is that this TNR ordinance gets implemented and then we don't have the other resources or the other tools to really impact the cat population in a significant way. Because then I don't want to blame if we end up having more community cats next year, I don't want to blame it on TNR, right? If we didn't do the work to actually get that that spay neuter program, to get funding for catios, to get funding for, you mentioned the cat repellents and those different things. I'd like us to roll all of that stuff out at the same time so that we can truly say, okay, we're using all the tools we can to control this this issue, and at the same time, reducing the mortality rates of cats inside the shelter, right? Because nobody wants to, I don't think anyone here wants to see that either. So I don't know if you have a set of recommendations, but we are in our budgeting process. And so figuring out where we need to allocate resources to make this a more holistic community cat program, right? Other than just TNR, as perhaps has been suggested by the task force, would be something that I'd be interested in seeing.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilor Vasquez. I would be happy to have, additional conversations about this, as I'm sure others would. The current list of ideas that we had is in the PowerPoint as far as funding for low-cost spay neuter, funding for, all of that is outlined. Certainly there may be more solutions that we're not thinking of and could brainstorm around. And I'm sure Mr. Thacker would be happy to participate in that conversation as well.
Thank you, Ms. Huckabee. So that's just one request for me. What other tools in the toolbox do we have when we bring this ordinance back that can help, to help with this community cat issue in the most humane but smart way? Because it is an issue. I mean, 20% of the calls / emails I get that are complaints are about cats or barking dogs, honestly. So it's an important issue to our community, and people are obviously feel vocal enough to reach out to us about this issue. One last question here, and this is just about measures of success. What kind of measures of success are you thinking of, Mr. Thacker or Ms. Huckabee, in terms of reviewing this program? Right, I'd love to come back a year, 2 years. I don't know how long it would take to really get solid measures, but I would like to review this program. And have a chance to at least see its impact in our community. And so any thoughts around the measures of success and just accountability for this program?
Well, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, yes, immediately we're going to see a big jump in the number of animals euthanized is going to go down. I mean, that's the first big measure you're going to see. Also, the number of complaints is also going to start to they'll go up and increase until we get the education and the information out there and we get people on board, and then they'll level off. Honestly, I've heard people say that it takes 3 to 5 years before we start seeing really solid results of a trap neuter return program. Whereas kitten litters going down, coming in, the impounds start going down, so those are the metrics that we'd be looking at immediately.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Thacker. Well, I mean, it would be great just to have a set of, things that we can bring back to the council in a year. And I see Mr. Jimenez. Gino, I don't know if you want to respond to that.
Yes, sir. I couldn't get my hand raised quick enough. Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, and I agree with Clint. It's going to take some considerable time for us to know whether TNR is going to be successful. And I think one of the hardest parts about tracking it is going to be to know exactly how many cats we started with. That's going to be the hardest part. From there, I'm sure that Mr. Thacker can say that his euthanasia rate went down. He was able to spay and neuter and TNR, I'm just going to throw a number, 10,000 cats back out into the community. The hardest part for all of us is going to have to know how many did we start with.
And so, Mayor and Councilor Vasquez, I have a solution to that also, which is that in the Animal Care Task Force, we worked with a wildlife biologist at NMSU who stated he would be happy to partner on doing a study, which I would also be happy to partner on with my master's in public health and work with him on this, to do a point in time estimate of how many feral cats we have in the city of Las Cruces, which has never been done, right? So I think we should do that, and that should be part of the implementation. And if that is done, then we can do follow-up studies later and see what that point in time estimate is then. You know, and perhaps do that yearly along with these other solutions.
Ms. Huckabee, Councilor, excuse me, Mayor.
Yes, Councilor.
Oh, thank you. Ms. Huckabee, was Dr. Romer? Was that Dr. Romer who
Yes,
wants?
that's correct. Thank you, Councilor Flores. I was frantically looking through my notes. Dr. Romer,
Yeah,
with
Dr.
NMSU.
Romer.
Thank
Yes.
you.
You're welcome. And by the way, everybody, there was a question as to the composition of the animal ordinance task force. And the composition was, it was comprised of many and varied people with different points of view. So I think that Ms. Huckabee achieved, it was a big step towards success in meeting with Ms. Scott and becoming friendly and willing to work together. Believe me, those meetings were not, they were hard work. So I just want to communicate that to everybody. And thank you, Ms. Huckabee. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I think those are about all my questions. I'll just finish off by saying it. I think if we have the spay neuter program offered to low income residents at the animal shelter, to me, that's kind of, I would want to see that in conjunction with TNR, because I just think we need to be able to offer that service. The other is, you know, I want to watch closely where these cats are being returned. And, you know, if TNR in the next 3 years means that my district gets overrun with more cats, it's going to be hard for me to justify that to my constituents, because that's ultimately, that's who we represent is the folks in the, at least for me, in that district. So we just want to make sure that doesn't cause in the short term an undue, you know, explosion of cats in my district that already has, I think, a significant cat problem. And then the other tools that you mentioned, Ms. Huckabee and Mr. Thacker, I think too, is figuring out how we institutionalize the use of some of those tools, especially as alternates for homeowners who are having cat problems. Right, that we, as the city or the Animal Services Center, says, hey, here's a couple of solutions, and you can come pick up X and Y at this Animal Services Center or something similar to that, so that when we get complaints, we also can say, you know, we can point to a solution or a potential repellent that a homeowner might get or a business owner might get, because actually a lot of the complaints I've gotten is about business folks in my district too. So with that, I just want to thank you all again for your hard work on this. I know people love their animals, and it's a contentious issue often. And this is never an easy conversation in any city. I'm sure it's been played out in municipalities across the nation that have cat issues. But I think we're doing it the right way. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Beta-Stubbe.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Clint, and thank you, Athena, and for a great presentation, and especially Athena. I really enjoyed the thoroughness and the data-driven presentation that you had. I think that Councilor Vasquez answered a lot of the questions that I did have and kind of the concerns. And I'm glad to hear that this approach is not an all or nothing for either side. And I think that's been a lot of the concerns that I've had from constituents really seem to feel like it's going to be all one way or nothing. And I think there is room, especially for those problem houses that we have that have somehow attracted cats to come into their yard. And we know once a cat sprays somewhere, it's really hard to get those smells out, to get that deterrent out. And so it's much more likely they're going to be targeted again. And so I think if we can use all the tools together and work on having deterrents for those types of homes and having relief for those types of owners as well, then it can be a more successful program. You know, I just this last week, I got one about a person in my district. They're sprayed all the outdoor patio cushions. And so that's, you know, honestly, I told her, I said, I'm really sorry, but that probably is not going to come out. It's almost best to bring in new cushions at that point. But if there's ways that we can take those animals back out, the 4-strike rule, I think, is still, it might feel a little excessive to those people that are having to deal with these reoccurring animals, but at least there are those other options available too. I think that's going to be beneficial. I do wonder, and perhaps I missed it, do we have an estimated cost of implementation for this program right away for it to be successful? If we were to do this tomorrow, what are all the tools that we need to start out strong with this program?
So, Madam, Mr. Mayor, and Councilmember Stube, we don't have in place, I should say, the individuals to get it done, but we have the framework. Like I said, we have Best Friends has promised us $1,000 to get us start off on education material, and also deterrence. We already have staff that are running animals or cats out, returning them to the county areas. So we would just incorporate the city into those routes. We have individuals that are coming on brand new at the shelter that would also start taking on those responsibilities. We have yet to get our veterinarian position cleared through HR. So we're waiting for that to be done. Once that is, we already have somebody in mind that just needs to apply for it. So we're just waiting for that to get done. As soon as they're on, surgeries can start. So like I said, the framework's there, the personnel is just lacking. And I also know Mr. Jimenez might want to comment too, that he would not be able to start tomorrow if we were to do that. There would have to be some training there. There'd have to be education materials given to him and his officers to get it out, but yes.
Okay, great, thank you. That's good to know. One idea for tracking, Councilor Vasquez, that we can also look at with what Mr. Jimenez was able to show us. We have those problem areas in those tracking, and I would be curious later on to see if we're still getting the same types of calls in the same areas, the same neighborhoods, if we're starting to see any shifts with that, and the amount of calls. So I'm thinking that's one way we can utilize that data that we're already collecting to see what's happening. And my research before coming to this meeting, I looked up a lot of different areas, the positives, the negatives. I looked a lot into the NMSU program as well, and to see how that was able to be a pretty successful item, going from the 200, 300 cats down to about, in the research I said, about 35 to 40 that they have on campus. And I think the main goal with all of this is for that reduction of cats. I don't think anybody wants to have outdoor cats. And one of the items, even with the euthanasia, with taking them out, well, then it's still unclaimed territory. And if you have a lot of cats in the neighborhood, well, another cat is just going to claim that territory. And so we're not necessarily reducing the problem by taking away that one cat if there's still so many around. So if this is a program that can help eventually reduce that amount of cats that we're seeing, especially with kittens and everything building, that's something that I think might be very successful if we can use it together. But I do still think that needs to be those other tools. If we do have nuisance cats, if we are having certain problematic areas, that we have to have all those pieces together. But I think this is a step in the right direction as long as we work with all the pieces together. So thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thanks. Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, everybody. Athena, great presentation. Really appreciate everything that you put into it. Just as the chair of the task force, we've been working on this for quite some time, and former chair of the Animal Services Center board, I really had a vision, and that was to improve the services moving forward related to the Animal Services Center. So thankfully the voters voted, for the GEO bond for the new building, using that older building as the hub for spade and neuter. I mean, a lot of the public feels that it's necessary to do that, and at a low cost or no cost. is going to be helpful. And I do have to say that the county has really taken the initiative to provide funding to do that. So we're very behind the 8 ball related to the spade and neuter or providing funding, for that. The other thing was building capacity within the center by pushing to hire a grant writer, another veteran, it could be a veteran, yes, but a veterinarian, to ensure that we were doing, the necessary things. And so I'm really encouraging management from the city of Las Cruces to get that paperwork completed, to get the hire for the veterinarian. We've been talking about this for some time now. And I know in my specific conversations with the city manager, Mr. Pili, it has been related to where are we at with the paperwork. It shouldn't take that long. And so really pushing staff to get that moving so we can be prepared. The other thing is, please don't forget, this is about responsible pet ownership. We seem to be throwing a lot of blame at you all here that is working on this in a reactionary way. But at the end of the day, this has to do with irresponsible pet owners or people who are feeding those cats. That's why you've seen, if you haven't, and I really want to impress upon you to become a Facebook. Clint is him and his staff are doing some phenomenal things on social media platforms related to educating the community about cats, community cats. If you see a litter of cats, what to do, what not to do, all those things are super important. But at the end of the day, we have to put where the problem is, and that's because we have irresponsible people or people thinking that they're doing right by feeding these cats, right, or not getting your animals spayed and neutered. And we really have to push that. So with that, there has to be a very robust educational campaign. And I know Clint is working on that. We also have to have a coordinated effort with all our advocates. There's many in our community that have participated consistently in our task force, to include people who had issues like some of Councilor Vasquez's and other constituents that would come and really remark, with written letters and statements to the group, like pressing us, pushing us to do the right things. So that also means giving the tools necessary to our ACOs. I think that is super important. Their hands are tied many times because we've only given a certain amount of money. For these tools or the deterrents that Athena has mentioned, they need to have those in their toolbox, so to speak, so that when we do have these issues, they're out there and they're providing not only the education, but the tools necessary. Let's see. I wrote a bunch of stuff. And then the other thing that I think is really important is paying for Dr. Remit to do this data, establishing the performance measures, and that probably will mean, Clint, I think, and those of us that continue to be on the task force, I would really love for us to establish with our advocates some performance measures that I think, because it affects everybody, right? And I think we need to do that. But I also think that the city of Las Cruces needs to pay for someone to collect the data so we can really understand where we're at, where we're failing. And not only that, but establishing some of these closed patio areas, a barnyard program. I think, I'm not saying it correctly. I don't think it's called a barnyard program, but you know what I mean. I think those are important performance measures or strategies moving forward. And so with that, Mayor, again, I appreciate everybody's time. I know there's a lot happening here. And then lastly, I would recommend, and I'd love to pull this TNR, this community kind of CATS portion out and get this on the books rather quickly. I know Mr. Enriquez is on the call and has done the work, and he just told me earlier today that there is a resolution. I'd love to get the nod and the go ahead to do this so we could start implementing this program right away, because we're very behind. And that would be my recommendation, is pulling that portion out, getting this going while, you know, we make the additional changes to the ordinance, because after all, we're losing, we're euthanizing. I mean, and here's the other thing, Clint, isn't some of your performance measures based on live release rates? I mean, it just doesn't, it's counterintuitive, right? That we have these performance measures for Clint's executive directorship, and then we have all these issues. We're not helping the matter. It just seems, again, counterproductive. So he's nodding his head yes for the record, Mayor, that his performance measure has to do with what his live release rates are. So again, we have some measures here that is not helpful at all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And I forgot who asked how much it cost. I remember a few years back, when we were looking at TNR, we were thinking at the minimum, at least $500,000. So whatever it's worth. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, thank you, Ms. Huckabee, and thank you, Mr. Thacker and Officer Jimenez for presenting. I'm not sure I followed what you just said, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara. I think that, did you say to pull out the TNR language in this, or what did you mean by?
Mayor, if I may?
Sure.
Councilor Flores, it's what we decided at the last task force meeting, that we would remember the resolution, that we would be pulling out that and putting it, because of the amount of time that it would take to get this ordinance moving. The resolution is a little faster moving. Not pulling it out and not incorporating it into the ordinance, but having a separate resolution specific to what Community CATS and TNR program.
Oh, I see.
To get the project moving forward.
Okay, but we wouldn't get, the TNR would still be in the ordinance?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, okay. When you said taking it out, I just, okay. But, so I don't know if the resolution would really, having that language in the resolution, would it anyway hinder anything? I mean, that's just what I think. But I'm not, so long as we have that TNR in the ordinance.
Councilor, I think Mayor Pro Tem was wanting to maybe fast track that and move on that one quickly. And in case there were some other things that needed to be still studied, okay, but just to kind of use, if need be, turn this into its separate resolution and just get going on it. I think that's what you're trying to get at.
Yes, but the
Mayor, fast track, yes.
Yeah, but the TNR language would be in the
No, just the TNR, move that one quickly. If we have to, let's say it takes another 3 or 4 months to look at the whole thing. Instead of doing that, just take the TNR out and just, like she said, fast track it. Let's just get it ready to roll here.
You mean the other parts of the ordinance that we looked at?
Yeah, because I think it's been real kind saying 2 years. I think it's been like 3 years. It's been a while working on this thing, and it's just takes nothing for Clint, because he's done a good job, I think, since he's taken over. But prior to that, it's just been so long trying to get this thing moving.
Yes, it's been slower than the last.
You know what, Councilor? Looks like Eric Enriquez wanted to say a couple words, and maybe. Yes, Mr. Assistant Manager.
Yeah, Eric Enriquez, Assistant City Manager. Yeah, what we're proposing to do as next steps would to bring a resolution of the community CATS portion, because the whole animal ordinance is so huge that bringing that component with the ordinance to council could really complicate things. So it's not only fast track as you stated, but it's also to clean it up better. So we would bring a resolution identifying the community cats portion of it and bring that. And if council has any changes at that point, we can make those happen and bring a clean version to the ordinance when we bring the ordinance later.
Okay.
I see. So then, Mr. Enriquez, when do you, so we just get this resolution before us on next Monday?
I'm not sure how soon we can get it, but we definitely get it in as soon as we can for a first read, and then for an action item, and then we could move with the animal ordinance after that.
I see. And by the time we get to the animal ordinance, we'll have everything that we've worked on in reviewing the ordinance all together. We'll have all that language there.
That's correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure, and
Yes.
because there's been a lot of work and a lot of dedication from everybody involved. I really commend the Animal Task Force, the Animal Ordinance Task Force for their commitment. And there was a lot of commitment there all around, and a lot of intelligence, and a lot of love. So I just want to make sure. So my question for Mr. Thacker is, say for example, well, you have already $1,000 commitment from Best Friends, and then hopefully we'll get a grant. Well, with $1,000 right now, say our ordinance passed, say, maybe this is being too optimistic, but say it passes in April or May. With that $1,000 that the Best Friends has given, probably earmarked for spay or neuter, do you think you could start doing that as soon as the ordinance passes, or how soon after the ordinance passes? And then also by then we might have a grant writer at the center, and then and maybe some money will come in after that, right?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Flores, yes. The answer is, so the $1,000 that they gave us is earmarked for deterrence and education. So, I mean, I could start, if the resolution looks good, I'm going to pass it, I can start purchasing those items immediately and, stockpile them there for animal control to give out and for us to give out if needed. And then, yes, the grant writer will be coming on for these things. I've asked for an update on that, and also for the vet position. So the answer is yes. Now, keep in mind, I'm kind of in an odd spot because I am not a member of the city and I'm not a member of the county. And so I don't know if it's appropriate for me to help enforce this ordinance by having those deterrents. I don't know if the city if Best Friends should purchase those items for the city to hold on to. That's something for you guys to talk about, I guess.
Well, I'm going to throw the ball right back at you, Mr. Thacker. And you've been dealing with this strange bureaucracy of being, kind of like the child in limbo, doesn't know, which parent to go to. And you have the board, and hopefully our JPA will be resolved. That issue will be resolved. But I think in the meantime, you can, well, no, I shouldn't speak. Maybe Mr. Mayor or Mayor Pro Tem should speak to how you should proceed on that. I mean, I have ideas, but it may be the wrong way to go.
Yeah, I think our legal team should probably get with EFO and Clinton and share with them their ideas of how to receive and disperse what they need.
Yeah, right.
That's good.
So there. Thank you, Clint. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Vasquez?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so I'm just trying to clarify what we've come to here. It sounds like a resolution for community cats before the full ordinance. Is that what the task force wants to do? And maybe that's a question for Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Councilor Vasquez, we talked about pulling the resolution and getting it fast-tracked so that we can begin this work. Because as you know, we don't have anything in the books anymore because it's sunsetted. So being able to do that quickly and start to work, we all have the vision. There's already work with the local partners, the advocacy groups, a financial commitment from Best Friends. And I think it would behoove us to do that, because I don't know how long it's going to take to get this ordinance. Probably another couple of months. I think the way we had Mr. Enriquez and others it might not be till May, because we still have to do the first reading, right? We have to advertise first reading, that kind of thing. So.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm concerned about not having those resources to go with the rollout, I guess, of the activation of this resolution. Again, I would want to make sure that there's a resource to low-income communities to have their pets, their cats or dogs spayed or neutered as soon as TNR goes into effect. I think we have to have that as a solution. And so if we can have that at the same time that the resolution passes in a couple of weeks or whatever, then I think that's fine. And then just the other resources that were mentioned, that there's a plan with deadlines to get those out to our community, I think would be really helpful. Because again, what I fear is just that, we get a lot more cats back out into the same neighborhoods without any resources to deal with it on the constituent end of things. And so we're just going to see, our constituents probably get pretty angry at us if we don't have solutions to offer when they're calling us and telling us that there's more cats in their neighborhood now. So I just want to make sure we're dealing with that issue adequately. Otherwise, I'm fine with whatever the task force proposes. I think as long as we have some of those solutions to point to. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councilor. Jennifer, let me just ask you a question. Do you think if this would qualify for our lower income residents, if we use some of the Telshore Fund monies, not a whole lot, but some, for this TNR on a health and safety reason, that we could, I don't know, 25,000 or so, 50,000 to help get these cats trapped TNR, and like I said, it's really a health and safety issue. And if they qualify income wise, could we use that?
Mayor and Council, I will look at that more closely.
Okay, I appreciate it. Okay, so anything else, Gino? Or Athena? You're
Mr.
finished
Mayor,
with?
I believe that was the end of our presentations, and we were standing for questions.
Okay, so Eric, so you've got the direction to go ahead and remove this portion out of it and do your best to kind of get it going quicker, as opposed to the whole revision, but this TNR part?
Yes, sir, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for all your support.
All right, good, very good. So we can have all those emails stop. We got 200-300 of them at least. Okay, so next is going to be the Industrial Park Master Plan, and Celicia Villegas, I think, is going to give us the update.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. My name is Celicia Villegas with Economic Development. So I was here just a couple of weeks ago discussing all the marketing initiatives for the newly branded Las Cruces Innovation and Industrial Park. Today, we're back to give you an update on the master plan efforts. So the park is about 39 years old, and the master plan was adopted in 1996. So this update is much needed, as well as the regulatory framework, in order to develop strategies to stimulate business development and to be competitive in today's market. The city's consulting firm, Decker Parrish Sabatini, has put extensive work into the master plan, along with associated regulations. And city staff and all pertinent departments have been able to review and provide input. They have closely been working with community development as well as airport administrator. And they've
Excuse
also
me,
got,
Mayor. I'm sorry, Cecilia. I can't hear. There's a lot of background, and I think there's several people that need to be muted.
as, okay.
Yeah, let's give it a shot.
Okay, sorry. So this draft has been brought to a P&Z work session as well as a public outreach. And I would like to introduce Will Gleason, principal of Decker Parish Sabatini, and his team, who will be presenting. Thank you.
Thank you, Celicia. Good afternoon, Councilor, Mayor, Councilors. I admire your stamina. It's been a long afternoon for you, I know.
Excuse me, sir. I apologize. I know she addressed you, but can you state your name and the company you're with, please?
Yes. My name is Will Gleason. I am a principal with Decker Parish Sabatini, a multidisciplinary design firm that has office in Las Cruces as well as Albuquerque.
Thank you.
So, good afternoon. And I don't think that our session will take as long as the CAT session, but I do think it's an important part of your future, and I know you all care deeply about this as well. So as Celicia said, we've been working diligently on the master plan update for what's now the Las Cruces Innovation Industrial Park. So for the next 15 minutes or so, we'd just like to give you a brief overview of what we have developed. And I'm going to present along with Dan Guimon from Economic and Planning Systems. So, so this is just a very brief outline of what we'll cover here, mostly about the plan itself and the regulatory framework, the two pieces that you will be reviewing for adoption. And this has been our team. It's really been a great collaboration with the city of Las Cruces, with Andy Hume and with Celicia and a number of other people from the city as well. So especially Griselda. So it's been really very active collaboration here, and Francisco as well. So so our scope was to develop a new master plan, update the framework, and really figure out how to tie the park into the airport as well, and to figure out how to build upon the park's strengths while seeking some diversification of uses in the park. And we really, you know, the park is one of a number of places that people look to locate new businesses. And so we're really looking to figure out how to help you make the park more competitive, improve its image and visibility, and leverage some of the existing partnerships that you all have within the city, the county, and the region. So I'm going to turn it over to Dan Guimon, who's going to talk a little bit about the market and real estate analysis that Economic and Planning Systems did.
Thank you, Will. Again, Mayor, members of council. My name is Dan Guimon, and I'm with Economic and Planning Systems, and we were a economic and real estate consultant as a sub-consultant to Decker Parish Sabatini. So we completed a market and real estate analysis for Las Cruces and for the industrial park, looking 20 years into the future in terms of what industrial demand is and what would be supportable in the way of capturing space at the park. We estimate the potential for approximately a little over 100,000 square feet of industrial space a year can be captured in Las Cruces, and the industrial park is primarily the one location for that development. We would expect most, if not all, of the development to be located there. This would basically require approximately 200 acres of industrial land over the next 20 years to accommodate this projected growth. And as Will mentioned, the industrial park is over 1,800 acres, and probably somewhere around 1,200 acres of that is undeveloped at this point. So there's plenty of land to accommodate the future industrial growth of the city over the foreseeable future. As you probably are aware, the city hired a firm back in 2019 to do an economic analysis of the Las Cruces employment market and to determine what the priorities for development should be at the airport and the industrial park. And that Market Street report identified 3 high priority industries to be targeted for future development going forward. So those 3 industries are aviation, aerospace, and defense, and that's primarily UAS type vehicles, value-added agriculture, and then the 3rd category is advanced manufacturing. Next slide. So they were the highest priority industries to target in terms of future marketing and promotion for the park. Our analysis focusing on, again, the real estate side of the equation, we determined that it's still important for the city to pursue multiple industrial sectors in order to be able to achieve its economic development goals as well as its real estate development goals for the park itself. One of our recommendations in terms of providing input into the land use master plan was for the park to be configured in separate districts that are sort of defined for or targeted for these various industry sectors, and for the city to provide what we would call shovel-ready lots. So lots that are more ready for immediate development than is currently present out there. There's a lot of vacant land, but in many cases there is inadequate roads or utilities proximate to those lots. So we made some recommendations about some infrastructure investments so that a greater number of lots would be available to be marketed for development by providing some road extensions, some utility extensions, and the extension of broadband fiber to support the targeted development. In terms of the recommendations of the master plan, Will's going to go through the physical layout of the master plan and our recommendations. On the implementation component of the project, we've recommended a development strategy that includes a more proactive sales and marketing program for the park than has been done in the past. We've recommended a full-time property and sales manager who Celicia Villegas has been designated as that person. We've recommended a streamlined sales process and that the city eliminate some of the more burdensome steps of the sales process that require up to 9 months for a transaction to be completed, including currently the requirement for 2 appraisals and a city ordinance approval prior to a sale of over $50,000 in monetary value. We recommended that target industry brochures be developed for the 3 targeted industries that are recommended to be pursued. That a park-specific website be developed for the park, because currently, if somebody's looking for development, if they're not coming through Mavita or the Borderplex, it's very hard for them to really determine who the right person is to contact and what the process is for acquiring property and as well as getting information on what economic development incentives are available. And then finally, we recommended that the park include a branding strategy, a number of the components of which Will is going to cover now.
Thanks, Dan. So this is just a preview of what you will be reviewing and adopting. And we hope to be back before you in June with our final report. But our work has 2 pieces. One is the master plan, which will be adopted as policy, and then a framework, which is really the zoning, which will be adopted as ordinance. So this is just giving you I would just want to give you a sense of what the draft looks like. And we are going back through and updating it now with the new name and the new branding. So that's hopefully we're working diligently to get that done so that we can get to P&Z and to you all in your June hearing. So it's a fairly detailed master plan, a lot about existing conditions, opportunities, constraints, the actual plan itself, and then some implementation measures. So, and this is one of the primary exhibits for the master plan. And what this is showing is that we're proposing to give a little more granular detail to the land uses in the park. And so, as you can all see, this is I-10 running through the top third of the site, more or less. This is about 1,800 acres altogether. And these yellow parcels are what we're encouraging that these parcels be used for airport-related uses. So, when this is the airport here on the top of your screen. And then going down Crawford across I-10 to the south, that the purple is really more focused on advanced manufacturing, and then the greener color down here is more focused on value-added agriculture. So that because before the park really does not have a real kind of coherent design or structure to it. And so this is our recommendation for just creating a little more structure in terms of where land uses are encouraged to go. And we're not saying that thou shalt not put advanced manufacturing on this green parcel, but we are strongly encouraging that those uses congregate in the similar area, and that we have basically similar uses along with some designated commercial pads near the interchange itself. So that's one kind of major push on the change from the prior master plan. And then we're also proposing some additional measures in terms of things like circulation and landscape. And for instance, this here is showing a future potential transit circulator route throughout the park. Of course, we need more users in the park. This is assuming that you're going to get more employees working there, but we do think that this is a way to provide access to the park without everything being dependent upon a single occupancy vehicle. And this does coincide well with some of the recommendations in Elevate Las Cruces and in the Transit Department's strategic plans. And then this is an illustrative exhibit just showing what that build out could look like. And so, you know, you can imagine that each of these boxes represents dozens, if not hundreds of jobs. So this is more of a marketing piece than a zoning piece, but this is a way of showing potential tenants and existing tenants what the future build out of the park could look like. And so we see this as something that will help contribute to the identity and character of the park and your marketing efforts going forward. So this is, I'm not going to go through this whole table, but this is showing some of the implementation measures that we're proposing. The top part is for short term, 1 to 5 years, the bottom part for 5 to 10 year horizon. Some of these have very little cost to them. Like Dan alluded to, we think that upgrading and improving the process for doing land transactions, having Celicia as a point person and being really proactive in terms of following up on leads, we think those measures alone can really help to attract more investment in the park. And the actual upgrading of the zoning and the development standards that you'll see in a moment here, we think can also help. And then we have some measures in terms of, do you want to have a kind of pre-approved building spec that will help fast track new development in the park? And then there's some proposals in the longer term for extending infrastructure to make more development-ready pad sites there. So, so then the second part of our work is really what you will adopt as ordinance, and that is the regulatory framework. So the park has right now has an overlay. It's an overlay district. It's a special district that way. And that will continue, but we're trying to, we went through some of the design standards that were originally in the park, and they had crazy things like, that you shall build in a pueblo or a territorial style, and we really didn't think that was appropriate for industrial type development. So we have upgraded the development standards to be more reflective of what people are building now, and incorporated some sustainability measures that we think are low cost, but can help to make the park, improve the park's appearance and the overall sustainability of the park. So, so this is what we will be bringing before you in June. We reviewed it with P&Z. We had a public meeting last week. We had input from tenants early on in the process. So we're really trying to strike that balance between something that will improve the overall character of the park and not impose additional burden upon people that are investing money in the park. We're proposing to revise the zone districts to show these areas that I talked about before, and to sort of broaden the use categories so they're not so specific, and to simplify development standards with really that focus on some pretty practical common sense measures like directing stormwater to landscape so that you can augment the irrigation that's probably there already, and to focus a little bit on the public spaces and create a better pedestrian network and landscape. And a lot of that is focused on Crawford, that kind of sequence of entry from I-10 to the airport and to the southern part of the park. So our next steps are to make our final revisions, go through P&Z, and hopefully be back before you in June for final adoption. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Okay, thank you. Looks pretty good. You guys spent a lot of time on it. I'm very impressed. Trying to transform that industrial park to this new innovation and innovation park is really a great thing. Councilor Bencomo.
Thanks, Mayor. Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Gleason and Gimmond. I've appreciated speaking with all of you throughout this whole process, and this looks really exciting. I just have one follow-up question. I loved the map you showed us on that was color coded. Yellow, purple, green, I think it was. I'm curious about, is this something that was sort of developed with stakeholder input? I just want to make sure that it's something that this is like something that will work for the user, right? The end user. And we're not just saying, yeah, this could potentially work. And that, we're talking to stakeholders about particularly this type of zone districts.
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, we did get some input in our meeting last week, and we did get some initial input. And from the meeting that we had last week, we heard that a lot of encouragement to align the airport, kind of the interest in the airport with the park itself. And so I'd say that's the major thrust of the input that we've gotten. I don't know, Dan, if you had any other input.
Well, like Will was saying, it was really sort of an affirmation that our designation or encouragement for the aviation aerospace uses to locate on the north side of I-10 closer to the airport, to take advantage of the synergy with the airport, whether or not they're using the runways or not, is one thing we heard. The other designations are, as Will mentioned earlier, I think it's more a suggestion on how to try and organize the uses in a way that sort of responds to the lot sizes that are there. You know, the value-added agricultural stuff that's shown on the south side are the bigger lots that are in the park. The more advanced manufacturing closer in includes a range of lot sizes, but you know, from 6 to 8 acres up to 15 to 20 acres. So we're trying to anticipate the kind of users that would happen. It's not to suggest that if a agricultural use wanted something in the manufacturing zone, it's not prohibited. You know, it's not. This part of the plan is not zoning. It's not being baked in stone. But we're just trying to provide an organizing principle for the park.
Thank you. I love that. I was going to follow up with something similar to that. So thank you for that clarifying question, that it's not, because I love the organizational part of it. I really do. But I was just curious if it, you know, it didn't end up working for someone who wanted to, you know, set up shop there, if that was going to be flexible.
Yep, exactly.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you. I really appreciate all the work that you've done on this, and I'm excited for the final product.
Thank you, Councilor.
Great. Thank you. Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just have a question about next steps with the master plan here. So I'm assuming that our consultants here will perhaps their contract will end. I don't want to assume that, but just wondering if you're going to have any continued involvement in this project after this master plan is finished.
Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, we hope to have continued involvement, and we'd love to have continued involvement in the project. As you may know, Deca Paris Sabatini does quite a bit of commercial development, and so and we would love to help you find people and companies that are willing to invest in the park. So we hope that we are more than just a kind of passive consultant in the park, but that we can help make the park be more successful. I don't know if that answers your question or not.
Yeah, no, I'm just wondering if this is essentially the end of your contract here, and this is your like final deliverable, right, before moving forward. Just in terms of the next steps for the city, I think it's super exciting to have Cilicia at the helm of this project now, but making sure, and maybe this is a question for Cilicia or for Dr. Martinez, but that staff feels like they can successfully implement this plan, because this is going to be a lot of work moving forward to get us to where we need to be. And so maybe it's more of a question for staff of what the plan is moving forward after this master plan is adopted, what Cilicia's new role will be, and how we fulfill the vision here that's been created by our consultants.
I think I would turn that over to Cilicia or Dr. Martinez.
Well,
I see your hand up there, Dr. Martinez.
Yeah, I was going to call on her, but since you called out Cilicia. Dr. Martinez?
You're on mute.
Dr. Martinez, you there? Okay, so Cilicia, do you want to step in?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. Yes, I think that Will and the team provided us a great implementation strategy. He had that on one of his slides there for next steps as guidelines. And yeah, we would like, that's a possibility to get them involved in the future. But he does have short-term action items as well as long-term, and they've really outlined those next steps for us.
And Mayor, I don't want to speak for Dr. Martinez, but she has been, we've been working with her in terms of sort of identifying some of the projects that potentially could be financed through additional grant funding through the Economic Development Administration. And that is a logical next step for a project of this type that is where the master plan was funded by EDA, but they very often are willing to invest in public works improvements that implement the priorities of the master plan.
Thank you so much. Oh, I appreciate that. And I think just the question around making sure that this plan is put to full use and the resources we've expended to get to where we are, which is terrific. I think with the rebranding and the master plan are all executed on well in a way that, you know, we
I think we lost you there, Councillor.
we don't shelf the plan and then, you know, kind of. Can you hear me there?
Yeah, you want to repeat what you just said? We probably lost three-fourths.
Sure. Sure. No, my comment was just to make sure that we, as a city, had the resources to implement the master plan. It's important, considering the vision that we have and the time spent on it. So just wanted to make sure we had that process in place to follow up. But I think Sadicia said, you know, some short items that help get us to where we need to go. And I'll put one more pitch in here for this agriculture. I think in terms of setting up these sectors for growth, you know, I still think that you know, that recreational cannabis production could be a huge opportunity for that value-added agriculture to go into the industrial park. And I think, honestly, probably a pretty appropriate place considering it's so far away from the city. But I'll throw my 2 cents in for that before I sign off here. Thank you, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you. Okay, I think that's it. Anybody else? Okay, so you all are going to go ahead and move forward. Staff has looks like it looks good. So I guess you'll do what you need to do to bring it forward to the City Council for final approval.
Yeah, we have a little more work to do, but we will be doing that over the next couple of months and hopefully be back in front of you in June.
Perfect. Okay. Well, great. Well, I appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councilors.
Okay, thanks. I believe that's it. Is that right, Ifo? We're done?
Mayor, that's correct. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get a motion a second to adjourn. I'll still stay on to do the agenda setting meeting, but the rest of you welcome to leave after the vote. So I need a motion a second, please.
So move, Gondara.
Second by Flores.
Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Gondara, second by Councilor Flores. That we adjourn. Christine?
This is on the motion to adjourn the work session. Councilor Beta Stevie?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Soark?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so we're adjourned. It's 4:54 p.m. Thank you, and I'll just stick around, Christine, for the agenda setting. See you later.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm ready when you are.
Okay, so number one, this is for the agenda setting meeting for the March 15th City Council meeting. Okay, number one, consent.
One, consent.
Two, non-consent.
Two, non-consent.
Three, non-consent.
Three, non-consent.
Four, non-consent.
Four, non-consent.
Five, non-consent.
Five, non-consent.
Six, consent.
Six, consent.
Seven, consent.
Seven, consent.
Eight, consent.
Eight, consent.
Nine, consent.
Nine, consent.
10, non-consent.
10, non-consent.
11, non-consent.
11, non-consent.
12, non-consent.
12, non-consent.
13, consent.
13, consent.
And 14, non-consent.
14, non-consent. Great.
All right.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Okay, thanks. Okay, good night.